Chapter 15 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 15. 10 days after that night, when he had gone into the mystery room at the chateau, David and Father Roland clasped hands in a final farewell at White Porcupine House on the Cochrane River, 270 miles from God's Lake. It was something more than a handshake. The missioner made no effort to speak in these last moments. His team was ready for the return drive, and he had drawn his traveling hood close about his face. In his own heart, he believed that David would never return. He would go back to civilization, probably next autumn, and in time he would forget. As he said, on their last day before reaching the Cochrane, David's going was like taking a part of his heart away. He blinked now, as he dropped David's hand, blinked and turned his eyes. And David's voice had an odd break in it. He knew what the missioner was thinking. "I'll come back, mon père," he called after him, as Father Roland broke away and went toward Mukoki and the dogs. "I'll come back next year." Father Roland did not look back until they were started. Then he turned and waved a mittened hand. Mukoki heard the sob in his throat. David tried to call a last word to him, but his voice choked. He, too, waved a hand. He had not known that there were friendships like this between men. And as the missioner trailed steadily away from him, growing smaller and smaller against the dark rim of the distant forest, he felt a sudden fear and a great loneliness. A fear that, in spite of himself, they would not meet again, and the loneliness that comes to a man when he sees a world widening between himself and the one friend he has on earth. His one friend. The man who had saved him from himself, who had pointed out the way for him, who had made him fight. More than a friend, a father. He did not stop the broken sound that came to his lips. A low whine answered it, and he looked down at Barry, huddled in the snow within a yard of his feet. "My God and Master," Barry's eyes said, as they looked up at him. "I am here." It was as if David had heard the words. He held out a hand, and Barry came to him, his great wolfish body aquiver with joy. After all, he was not alone. A short distance from him, the Indian who was to take him over to Fond du Lac on Lake Athabasca was waiting with his dogs and sledge. He was a Sarsi, one of the last of an almost extinct tribe, so old that his hair was of a shaggy white, and he was so thin that he looked like a famine-stricken Hindu. "He has lived so long that no one knows his age," Father Roland had said, "and he is the best trailer between Hudson's Bay and the Peace." His name was Upsogi, the Snow Fox, and the missioner had bargained with him for $100 to take David from White Porcupine House to Fond du Lac, 300 miles farther northwest. He cracked his long caribou gut whip to remind David that he was ready. David had said goodbye to the factor and the clerk at the company store, and there was no longer an excuse to detain him. They struck out across a small lake. 5 minutes later he looked back. Father Roland, not much more than a speck on the white plain now, was about to disappear in the forest. It seemed to David that he had stopped, and again he waved his hand, though human eyes could not have seen the movement over that distance. Not until that night, when David sat alone beside his campfire, did he begin to realize fully the vastness of this adventure into which he had plunged. The snow fox was dead asleep, and it was horribly lonely. It was a dark night, too, with the shivering wailing of a restless wind in the treetops, the sort of night that makes loneliness grow until it is like some kind of monster inside, choking off one's breath. And on Upsogee's teepee, with the firelight dancing on it, there was painted in red a grotesque fiend with horns, a medicine man, or devil chaser, and this devil chaser grinned in a bloodthirsty manner at David as he sat near the fire, as if gloating over some dreadful fate that awaited him. It was lonely. Even Barry seemed to sense his master's oppression, for he had laid his head between David's feet, and was as still as if asleep. A long way off David could hear the howling of a wolf, and it reminded him, shiveringly, of the lead dog's howl that night before Tavish's cabin. It was like the death cry that comes from a dog's throat, and where the forest gloom mingled with the firelight he saw a phantom shadow. In the morning he found that it was a spruce bough, broken and hanging down, that made him think again of Tavish swinging in the moonlight. His thoughts bore upon him deeply and with foreboding, and he asked himself questions which were not new, but which came to him tonight with a new and deeper significance. He believed that Father Roland would have gasped in amazement, and that he would have held up his hand in incredulity had he known the truth of this astonishing adventure of his. An astonishing adventure, nothing less. To find a girl he had never seen, who might be in another part of the world when he had got to the end of his journey, or married. And if he found her, what would he say? What would he do? Why did he want to find her? God alone knows, he said aloud, borne down under his gloom, and went to bed. Small things, as Father Roland had frequently said, decide great events. The next morning came with a glorious sun. The world again was white and wonderful, and David found swift answers to the questions he had asked himself a few hours before. Each day thereafter the sun was warmer, and with its increasing promise of the final break-up and slush snows, Upsogee's taciturnity and anxiety grew apace. He was a little more talkative than the painted devil chaser on the blackened canvas of his teepee, but he gave David to understand that he would have a hard time getting back with his dogs and sledge from Fond du Lac if the thaw came earlier than he had anticipated. David marveled at the old warrior's endurance, and especially when they crossed the 40 miles of ice on Wollaston Lake between dawn and darkness. At high noon the snow was beginning to soften on the sunny slopes even then, and by the time they had reached the Porcupine, Snow Fox was chanting his despairing prayer nightly before that grinning thing on his teepee. Swastau, the thaw. She cam dam quick, he said to David, grimacing his old face to express other things which he could not say in English. And it did. 4 days later, when they reached Fond du Lac, there was water underfoot in places, and Upsogee turned back on the home trail within an hour. This was in April, and the post reminded David of a great hive to which the forest people were swarming like treasure-laden bees. On the last snow they were coming in with their furs from 100 trap lines. Luck was with David. On the first day, Barry fought with a huge malamute and almost killed it, and David, in separating the dogs, was slightly bitten by the malamute. A friendship sprang up instantly between the two masters. Bouvais was a Frenchman from Horseshoe Bay, 50 miles from Fort Chippewyan, and 150 straight west of Fond du Lac. He was a fox hunter. "I bring my furs over here, monsieur," he explained, "because I had a fight with the factor at Fort Chippewyan and broke out 2 of his teeth," which was sufficient explanation. He was delighted when he learned that David wanted to go west. They started 2 days later with a sledge heavily laden with supplies. The runners sank deep in the growing slush, but under them was always the thick ice of Lake Athabasca, and going was not bad, except that David's feet were always wet. He was surprised that he did not take a cold. "A cold? What is that?" asked Bouvais, who had lived along the barrens all his life. David described a typical case of sniffles, with running at eyes and nose, and Bouvais laughed. "The only cold we have up here is when the lungs get touched by frost," he said. "And then you die, the following spring. Always then. The lungs slough away." And then he asked, "Why are you going west?" David found himself face to face with the question, and had to answer. "Just to toughen up a bit," he replied. "Wandering. Nothing else to do. And after all," he thought later, "wasn't that pretty near the truth?" He tried to convince himself that it was, but his hand touched the picture of the girl in his breast pocket. He seemed to feel her throbbing against it. A preposterous imagination, but it was pleasing. It warmed his blood. For a week, David and Barry remained at Horseshoe Bay with the Frenchman. Then they went on around the end of the lake toward Fort Chippewyan. Bouvais accompanied them, out of friendship purely, and they traveled afoot with 50-pound packs on their shoulders, for in the big, sunlit reaches the ground was already growing bare of snow. Bouvais turned back when they were 10 miles from Fort Chippewyan, explaining that it was a nasty matter to have knocked 2 teeth down a factor's throat, and particularly down the throat of the head factor of the Chippewyan and Athabasca district. "And they went down," assured Bouvais. He tried to spit them out, but couldn't. A few hours later, David met the factor, and observed that Bouvais had spoken the truth. At least, there were 2 teeth missing, quite conspicuously. Hatchet was his name. He looked it, tall, thin, sinewy, with bird-like eyes that were shifting this way and that at all times, as though he were constantly on the alert for an ambush or feared thieves. He was suspicious of David, coming in alone in this no-man's land with a pack on his back. A white man, too, which made him all the more suspicious. Perhaps a possible free trader looking for a location. Or, worse still, a spy of the company's hated competitors, the Revellon brothers. It took some time for Father Roland's letter to convince him that David was harmless. And then, all at once, he warmed up like a birch bark taking fire, and shook David's hand 3 times within 5 minutes. So hungry was he for a white man's companionship. An honest white man's, mind you, and not a scoundrelly competitor's. He opened 4 cans of lobsters, left over from Christmas, for their first meal, and that night beat David at 7 games of cribbage in a row. He wasn't married, he said, didn't even have an Indian woman. Hated women. If it wasn't for breeding a future generation of trappers, he would not care if they all died. No good. Positively no good. Always making trouble, more or less. That's why, a long time ago, there was a fort at Chippenwan, sort of blockhouse that still stood there. 2 men, of 2 different tribes, wanted same woman. Quarreled, fought. One got his blamed head busted. Tribes took it up. Raised hell for a time. All over that rag of a woman. Terrible creatures women were. He emphasized his belief in short, biting snatches of words, as though afraid of wearing out his breath or his vocabulary or both. Maybe his teeth had something to do with it. Where the 2 were missing, he carried the stem of his pipe, and when he talked the stem clicked, like a castanet. David had come at a propitious moment. A most propitious moment, Hatchet told him. He had done splendidly that winter. His bargains with the Indians had been sharp and exceedingly profitable for the company, and as soon as he got his furs off to Fort McMurray on their way to Edmonton, he was going on a long journey of inspection, which was his reward for duty well performed. His fur barges were ready. All they were waiting for was the breaking up of the ice, when the barges would start up the Athabasca, which meant south, while he, in his big war canoe, would head up the Peace, which meant west. He was going as far as Hudson's Hope, and this was within 250 miles of where David wanted to go. He proved that fact by digging up an old company map. David's heart beat an excited tattoo. This was more than he had expected. Almost too good to be true. "You can work your way up there with me," declared Hatchet, clicking his pipe stem. "Won't cost you a cent. Not a damn cent. Work, eat, smoke. Fine trip. Just for company. A man needs company once in a while. Decent company. Ice will go by middle of May. 2 weeks. Meanwhile, have a devil of a time playing cribbage." They did. Cribbage was Hatchet's one passion, unless another was beating the Indians. "Rascally devils," he would say, driving his cribbage pegs home. "Always trying to put off poor 4-Army for good. Deserve to be beat. And I beat 'em. Damn if I don't." "How did you lose your teeth?" David asked him at last. They were playing late one night. Hatchet sat up in his chair as if stung. His eyes bulged as he looked at David, and his pipe stem clicked fiercely. "Frenchman," he said. "Dirty pig of a Frenchman. No use for 'em. None. Told 'em women were no good. All women were bad. Saying he had a woman. Said I didn't care. All bad just the same. Said the woman he referred to was his wife. Told him he was a fool to have a wife. No warning, the pig. He biffed me. Knocked those 2 teeth out, down. I'll get him some day. Flay him. Make dog whips of his dirty hide. All Frenchmen ought to die. Hope to God they will. Starve. Freeze." In spite of himself, David laughed. Hatchet took no offense, but the grimness of his long, somber countenance remained unbroken. A day or 2 later, he discovered Hatchet in the act of giving an old, white-haired half-breed cripple a bag of supplies. Hatchet shook himself, as if caught in an act of crime. "I'm going to kill that old dog rib soon as the ground's soft enough to dig a grave," he declared, shaking a fist fiercely after the old Indian. "Beggar. A sneak. No good. Ought to die. Giving him just enough to keep him alive until the ground is soft." After all, Hatchet's face belied his heart. His tongue was like a cleaver. It ripped things generally. Was terrible in its threatening, but harmless, and tremendously amusing to David. He liked Hatchet. His cadaverous countenance, never breaking into a smile, was the oddest mask he had ever seen a human being wear. He believed that if it once broke into a laugh, it would not straighten back again without leaving a permanent crack. And yet he liked the man, and the days passed swiftly. It was the middle of May before they started up the Peace, 3 days after the fur barges had gone down the Athabasca. David had never seen anything like Hatchet's big war canoe, roomy as a small ship, and light as a feather on the water. 4 powerful dog ribs went with him, making 6 paddles in all. When it came to a question of Barry, Hatchet put down his foot with emphasis. What? Make a damn passenger of a dog? Never. Let him fall ashore or die. This would undoubtedly have been Barry's choice if he had had a voice in the matter. Day after day he followed the canoe, swimming streams and working his way through swamp and forest. It was no easy matter. In the deep, slow waters of the lower Peace, the canoe made 35 miles a day. Twice it made 40. But Hatchet kept Barry well fed, and each night the dog slept at David's feet in camp. On the 6th day, they reached Fort Vermilion, and Hatchet announced himself like a king, for he was on inspection. Company inspection, mind you. Important. A week later, they arrived at Peace River Landing, 200 miles farther west, and on the 20th day came to Fort St. John, 50 miles from Hudson's Hope. From here, David saw his first of the mountains. He made out their snowy peaks clearly, 70 miles away, and with his finger on a certain spot on Hatchet's map, his heart thrilled. He was almost there. Each day the mountains grew nearer. From Hudson's Hope, he fancied that he could almost see the dark blankets of timber on their sides. Hatchet grunted. They were still 40 miles away. And MacVeigh, the factor at Hudson's Hope, looked at David in a curious sort of way when David told him where he was going. "You're the first white man to do it," he said, an inflection of doubt in his voice. "It's not bad going up the Finley as far as the Kwadocha. But from there..." He shook his head. He was short and thick, and his jaw hung heavy with disapproval. "You're still 70 miles from the Stickeen when you end up at the Kwadocha," he went on, thumbing the map. "Who the devil will you get to take you on from there? Straight over the backbone of the Rockies. No trails. Not even a post there. Too rough a country. Even the Indians won't live in it." He was silent for a moment, as if reflecting deeply. "Old Towaskook and his tribe are on the Kwadocha," he added, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. "He might, but I doubt it. They're a lazy lot of mongrels. Towaskook's people, who carve things out of wood to worship. Still, he might. I'll send up a good man with you to influence him. You'd better take along a couple $100 in supplies as a further inducement." The man was a half-breed. 3 days later they left Hudson's Hope, with Barry riding amidships. The mountains loomed up swiftly after this, and the second day they were among them. After that it was slow work fighting their way up against the current of the Finley. It was tremendous work. It seemed to David that half their time was spent amid the roar of rapids. 27 times within 5 days they made portages. Later on it took them 2 days to carry their canoe and supplies around a mountain, 15 days were spent in making 80 miles. Easier travel followed then. It was the 20th of June when they made their last camp before reaching the Kwadocha. The sun was still up, but they were tired, utterly exhausted. David looked at his map and the figures in the notebook he carried. He had come close to 1,500 miles since that day when he and Father Roland and Mukoki had set out for the Cochrane. 1,500 miles. And he had less than 100 more to go. Just over those mountains, somewhere beyond them. It looked easy. He would not be afraid to go alone if old Tawaskuk refused to help him. Yes, alone. He would find his way, somehow. He and Barry. He had unbounded confidence in Barry. Together, they could fight it out. Within a week or two, they would find the girl. And then... He looked at the picture a long time in the glow of the setting sun. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 16. It was the week of the big festival when David and his half-breed arrived at Tawaskuk's village. Tawaskuk was the farthest east of the totem worshippers, and each of his 40 or 50 people reminded David of the devil chaser on the canvas of the Snow Fox's teepee. They were dressed up, as he remarked to the half-breed, like fiends. On the day of David's arrival, Tawaskuk himself was disguised in a huge bear head from which protruded a pair of buffalo horns that had somehow drifted up there from the western prairies, and it was his special business to perform various antics about his totem pole for at least 6 hours between sunrise and sunset, chanting all the time most dolorous supplications to the squat monster who sat, grinning, at the top. It was the day of good hunting, and Tawaskuk and his people worked themselves into exhaustion by the ardor of their prayers that the game of the mountains might walk right up to their teepee doors to be killed, thus necessitating the smallest possible physical exertion in its capture. That night, Tawaskuk visited David at his camp, a little up the river, to see what he could get out of the white man. He was monstrously fat from laziness, and David wondered how he had managed to put in his hours of labor under the totem pole. David sat in silence, trying to make out something from their gestures, as his half-breed, Jacques, and the old chief talked. Jacques repeated it all to him after Tawaskuk, sighing deeply, had risen from his squatting posture, and left them. It was a terrible journey over those mountains, Tawaskuk had said. He had been on the Stikine once. He had split with his tribe, and had started eastward with many followers, but half of them had died. Died because they would not leave their precious totems behind, and so had been caught in the deep snow that came early. It was a 10-day journey over the mountains. You went up above the clouds. Many times you had to go above the clouds. He would never make that journey again. There was one chance. Just one. He had a young bear hunter, Keo. His face was still smooth. He had not won his spurs, so to speak, and he was anxious to perform a great feat, especially as he was in love with his medicine man's daughter, Kwakwapisu, the butterfly. Keo might go, to prove his valor to the butterfly. Tuaskuk had gone for him. Of course, on a mission of this kind, Keo would accept no pay. That would go to Tuaskuk. The $200 worth of supplies satisfied him. A little later, Tuaskuk returned with Keo. He was exceedingly youthful, slim-built as a weasel, but with a deep-set and treacherous eye. He listened. He would go. He would go as far as the confluence of the Pitman and the Sticking, if Tuaskuk would assure him the butterfly. Tuaskuk, eyeing greedily the supplies which Jacques had laid out alluringly, nodded in agreement to that. The next day, Keo said. Then, eager now for the adventure, the next day they would start. That night, Jacques carefully made up the 2 shoulder packs which David and Keo were to carry, for thereafter their travel would be entirely afoot. David's burden, with his rifle, was 50 pounds. Jacques saw them off, shouting a last warning for David to keep a watch on that devil-eyed Keo. Keo was not like his eyes. He turned out, very shortly, to be a communicative and rather likable young fellow. He was ignorant of the white man's talk, but he was a master of gesticulation, and when, in climbing their first mountain, David discovered muscles in his legs and back that he had never known of before, Keo laughingly sympathized with him and assured him in vivid pantomime that he would soon get used to it. Their first night, they camped almost at the summit of the mountain. Keo wanted to make the warmth of the valley beyond, but those new muscles in David's legs and back declared otherwise. Strawberries were ripening in the deeper valleys, but up where they were it was cold. A bitter wind came off the snow on the peaks, and David could smell the pungent fog of the clouds. They were so high that the scrub twigs of their fire smoldered with scarcely sufficient heat to fry their bacon. David was oblivious of the discomfort. His blood ran warm in hope and anticipation. He was almost at the end of his journey. It had been a great fight, and he had won. There was no doubt in his mind now. After this, he could face the world again. Day after day, they made their way westward. It was tremendous, this journey over the backbone of the mountains. It gave one a different conception of men. They, like ants on these mountains, David thought, insignificant crawling ants. Here was where one might find a soul and a religion if he had never had one before. One's littleness, at times, was almost frightening. It made one think, impressed upon one that life was not much than an accident in this vast scale of creation, and that there was a great necessity for a God. In Keo's eyes, as he sometimes looked down into the valleys, there was this thing, the thought which perhaps he couldn't analyze, the great truth which he couldn't understand, but felt. It made a worshipper of him, a devout worshipper of the totem. And it occurred to David that perhaps the Spirit of God was in that totem even as much as in finger-worn rosaries and the ivory crosses on women's breasts. Early on the 11th day, they came to the confluence of the Pitman and the Sticking rivers, and a little later Keo turned back on his homeward journey, and David and Barry were alone. This aloneness fell upon them like a thing that had a pulse and was alive. They crossed the divide and were in a great sunlit country of amazing beauty and grandeur, with wide valleys between the mountains. It was July. From up and down the valley, from the breaks between the peaks, and from the little gullies cleft in shale and rock that crept up to the snow lines, came a soft and droning murmur. It was the music of running water. That music was always in the air, for the rivers, the creeks, and the tiny streams, gushing down from the snow that lay eternally up near the clouds, were never still. There were sweet perfumes as well as music in the air. The earth was bursting with green. The early flowers were turning the sunny slopes into colored splashes of red and white and purple, splashes of violets and forget-me-nots, of wild asters and hyacinths. David looked upon it all, and his soul drank in its wonders. He made his camp, and he remained in it all that day, and the next. He was eager to go on, and yet in his eagerness he hesitated, and waited. It seemed to him that he must become acquainted with this empty world before venturing farther into it. Alone, that it was necessary for him to understand it a little, and get his bearings. He could not lose himself. Jacques had assured him of that, and Kio had pantomimed it, pointing many times at the broad, shallow stream that ran ahead of him. All he had to do was to follow the river. In time, many weeks of course, it would bring him to the white settlement on the ocean. Long before that he would strike Firepan Creek. Kio had never been so far. He had never been farther than this junction of the two streams, Towaskook had informed Jacques. So it was not fear that held David. It was the aloneness. He was taking a long mental breath. And meanwhile, he was repairing his boots and doctoring Barry's feet, bruised and sore by their travel over the shale of the mountain tops. He thought that he had experienced the depths of loneliness after leaving the Missioner. But here it was a much larger thing. This night, as he sat under the stars and the great white moon, with Barry at his feet, it engulfed him. Not in a depressing way, but awesomely. It was not an unpleasant loneliness, and yet he felt it had no limit, that it was immeasurable. It was as vast as the mountains that shut him in. Somewhere, miles to the east of him now, was Kio. That was all. He knew that he would never be able to describe it, this loneliness, or aloneness. One man and a dog, with the world to themselves. After a time, as he looked up at the stars and listened to the droning sound of the waters in the valley, it began to thrill him with a new kind of intelligence. Here was peace as vast as space itself. It was not troubled by the struggling existence of men and women. It seemed to him that he must remain very still under the watchfulness of those billions of sentinels in the sky, with the white moon floating under them. The second night he made himself and Barry a small fire. The third morning he shouldered his pack and went on. Barry kept close at his master's side, and the eyes of the two were constantly on the alert. They were in a splendid game country, and David watched for the first opportunity that would give Barry and himself fresh meat. The white sandbars and gravelly shores of the stream were covered with the tracks of the wild dwellers of the valley and the adjoining ranges, and Barry sniffed hungrily whenever he came to the warm scent of the last night's spoor. He was hungry. He had been hungry all the way over the mountains. 3 times that day David saw a caribou in the distance. In the afternoon he saw a grizzly on a green slope. Toward evening he ran into luck. A band of sheep had come down from a mountain to drink, and he came upon them suddenly, the wind in his favor. He killed a young ram. For a full minute after firing the shot, he stood in his tracks, scarcely breathing. The report of his rifle was like an explosion. It leaped from mountain to mountain, echoing, deepening, coming back to him in murmuring intonations, and dying out at last in a sighing gasp. It was a weird and disturbing sound. He fancied that it could be heard many miles away. That night, the two feasted on fresh meat. It was their 5th day in the valley when they came to a break in the western wall of the range, and through this break flowed a stream that was very much like the Stickeen, broad and shallow and ribboned with shifting bars of sand. David made up his mind that it must be the Firepan, and he could feel his pulse quicken as he started up it with Barry. He must be quite near to Tavish's cabin, if it had not been destroyed. Even if it had been burned on account of the plague that had infested it, he would surely discover the charred ruins of it. It was 3 o'clock when he started up the creek, and he was, inwardly, much agitated. He grew more and more positive that he was close to the end of his adventure. He would soon come upon life, human life. And then? He tried to dispel the unsteadiness of his emotions, the swiftly growing discomfort of a great anxiety. The first, of course, would be Tavish's cabin, or the ruins of it. He had taken it for granted that Tavish's location would be here, near the confluence of the 2 streams. A hunter or prospector would naturally choose such a position. He traveled slowly, questing both sides of the stream, and listening. He expected at any moment to hear a sound, a new kind of sound. And he also scrutinized closely the clean, white bars of sand. There were footprints in them, of the wild things. Once his heart gave a sudden jump when he saw a bare track that looked very much like a moccasin track. It was a wonderful bare country. Their signs were everywhere along the stream, and their number and freshness made Barry restless. David traveled until dark. He had the desire to go on even then. He built a small fire instead, and cooked his supper. For a long time after that, he sat in the moonlight smoking his pipe, and still listening. He tried not to think. The next day would settle his doubts. The girl. What would he find? He went to sleep late, and awoke with the summer dawn. The stream grew narrower and the country wilder as he progressed. It was noon when Barry stopped dead in his tracks, stiff-legged, the bristles of his spine erect, a low and ominous growl in his throat. He was standing over a patch of white sand no larger than a blanket. "What is it, boy?" asked David. He went to him casually, and stood for a moment at the edge of the sand without looking down, lighting his pipe. "What is it?" The next moment his heart seemed rising up into his throat. He had been expecting what his eyes looked upon now, and he had been watching for it, but he had not anticipated such a tremendous shock. The imprint of a moccasined foot in the sand. There was no doubt of it this time. A human foot had made it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, in crossing that patch of sand. He stood with the pipe in his mouth, staring down, apparently without power to move or breathe. It was a small footprint, like a boy's. He noticed then, with slowly shifting eyes, that Barry was bristling and growling over another track. A bear track, huge, deeply impressed in the sand. The beast's great spoor crossed the outer edge of the sand, following the direction of the moccasin tracks. It was thrillingly fresh, if Barry's bristling spine and rumbling voice meant anything. David's eyes followed the direction of the two trails. 100 yards upstream, he could see where gravel and rock were replaced entirely by sand, quite a wide, unbroken sweep of it, across which those clawed and moccasined feet must have traveled if they had followed the creek. He was not interested in the bear, and Barry was not interested in the Indian boy. So when they came to the sand, one followed the moccasin tracks, and the other the claw tracks. They were not at any time more than 10 feet apart. And then, all at once, they came together, and David saw that the bear had crossed the sand last, and that his huge paws had obliterated a part of the moccasin trail. This did not strike him as unusually significant until he came to a point where the moccasins turned sharply and circled to the right. The bear followed. A little farther, and David's heart gave a sudden thump. At first, it might have been coincidence, a bit of chance. It was chance no longer. It was deliberate. The claws were on the trail of the moccasins. David halted and pocketed his pipe, on which he had not drawn a breath in several minutes. He looked at his rifle, making sure that it was ready for action. Barry was growling. His white fangs gleamed and lurid lights were in his eyes as he gazed ahead and sniffed. David shuddered. Without doubt, the claws had overtaken the moccasins by this time. It was a grizzly. He guessed so much by the size of the spoor. He followed it across a bar of gravel. Then they turned a twist in the creek and came to other sand. A cry of amazement burst from David's lips when he looked closely at the two trails again. The moccasins were now following the grizzly. He stared for a few moments, disbelieving his eyes. Here, too, there was no room for doubt. The feet of the Indian boy had trodden in the tracks of the bear. The evidence was conclusive, the fact astonishing. Of course, it was barely possible. Whatever the thought might have been in David's mind, it never reached a conclusion. He did not cry out at what he saw after that. He made no sound. Perhaps he did not even breathe. But it was there, under his eyes, inexplicable, amazing, not to be easily believed. A third time, the order of the mysterious footprints in the sand was changed. And the grizzly was now following the boy, obliterating almost entirely the indentures in the sand of his small moccasin feet. He wondered whether it was possible that his eyes had gone bad on him, or that his mind had slipped out of its normal groove and was tricking him with weirdly absurd hallucinations. So what happened in almost the same breath did not startle him, as it might otherwise have done. It was for a brief moment, simply another assurance of his insanity. And if the mountains had suddenly turned over and balanced themselves on their peaks, their gymnastics would have not frozen him into a more speechless stupidity than did the girl who rose before him just then, not 20 paces away. She had emerged like an apparition from behind a great boulder. A little older, a little taller, a bit wilder than she had seemed to him in the picture, but with that same glorious hair sweeping about her, and that same questioning look in her eyes as she stared at him. Her hands were in that same way at her side too, as if she were on the point of running away from him. He tried to speak. He believed, afterward, that he even made an effort to hold out his hands. But he was powerless. And so they stood there, 20 paces apart, staring as if they had met from the ends of the earth. Something happened then, to whip David's reason back into its place. He heard a crunching, heavy, slow. From around the other end of the boulder came a huge bear. A monster. 10 feet from the girl. The first cry rushed out of his throat. It was a warning, and in the same instant he raised his rifle to his shoulder. The girl was quicker than he. Like an arrow, a flash, a whirlwind of burnished tresses, quivering, as she flew to the side of the great beast. She stood with her back against it, her 2 hands clutching its tawny hair, her slim body quivering, her eyes flashing at David. He felt weak. He lowered his rifle and advanced a few steps. "Who... what..." he managed to say, and stopped. He was powerless to go on. But she seemed to understand. Her body stiffened. "I am Marge O'Doone," she said defiantly, "and this is my bear." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 17. She was splendid as she stood there, an exquisite human touch in the savageness of the world about her, and yet strangely wild as she faced David, protecting with her own quivering body the great beast behind her. To David, in the first immensity of his astonishment, she had seemed to be a woman, but now she looked to him like a child, a very young girl. Perhaps it was the way her hair fell in a tangled riot of curling tresses over her shoulders and breast, the slimness of her, the shortness of her skirt, the unfaltering clearness of the great blue eyes that were staring at him, and above all else, the manner in which she had spoken her name. The bear might have been nothing more than a rock to him now, against which she was leaning. He did not hear Barry's low growling. He had traveled a long way to find her, and now that she stood there before him in flesh and blood, he was not interested in much else. It was a rather difficult situation. He had known her so long, she had been with him so constantly, filling even his dreams, that it was difficult for him to find words in which to begin speech. When they did come, they were most commonplace. His voice was quiet, with an assured and protecting note in it. "My name is David Raine," he said. "I have come a great distance to find you." It was a simple and unemotional statement of fact, with nothing that was alarming in it, and yet the girl shrank closer against her bear. The huge brute was standing without the movement of a muscle, his small reddish eyes fixed on David. "I won't go back," she said. "I'll fight." Her voice was clear, direct, defiant. Her hands appeared from behind her, and her little fists were clenched. With a swift movement, she tossed her hair back from about her face. Her eyes were blue, but dark as thunderclouds in their gathering fierceness. She was like a child, and yet a woman. A ferocious little person, ready to fight, ready to spring at him if he approached. Her eyes never left his face. "I won't go back," she repeated. "I won't." He was noticing other things about her. Her moccasins were in tatters. Her short skirt was torn. Her shining hair was in tangles. As she swept it back from her face, he saw under her eyes the darkness of exhaustion. In her cheeks, a wanness, which he did not know just then was caused by hunger, and by her struggle to get away from something. On the back of one of her clenched hands was a deep, red scratch. The look in his face must have given the girl some inkling of the truth. She leaned a little forward, quickly and eagerly, and demanded, "Didn't you come from the nest? Didn't they send you after me?" She pointed down the narrow valley. Her lips parted as she waited for his answer, her hair rioting over her breast again as she bent toward him. "I've come 1,500 miles from that direction," said David, swinging an arm toward the backward mountains. "I've never been in this country before. I don't know where the nest is, or what it is. And I'm not going to take you back to it unless you want to go. If someone is coming after you, and you're bound to fight, I'll help you. Will that bear bite?" He swung off his pack and put down his gun. For a moment, the girl stared at him with widening eyes. The fear went out of them slowly. Her hand unclenched, and suddenly she turned to the big grizzly and clasped her bare arms about the shaggy monster's neck. "Tara! Tara! It isn't one of them!" she cried. "It isn't one of them! And we thought it was!" She whirled on David with a suddenness that took his breath away. It was like the swift turning of a bird. He had never seen a movement so quick. "Who are you?" she flung at him, as if she had not already heard his name. "Why are you here? What business do you have going up there? To the nest?" "I don't like that bear," said David dubiously, as the grizzly made a slow movement toward him. "Tara won't hurt you," she said. "Not unless you put your hands on me, and I scream. I've had him ever since he was a baby, and he has never hurt anyone yet. But he will." Her eyes glowed darkly again, and her voice had a strange, hard little note in it. "I've been training him," she added. "Tell me, why are you going to the nest?" It was a point-blank, determined question, with still a hint of suspicion in it, and her eyes, as she asked it, were the clearest, steadiest, bluest eyes he had ever looked into. He was finding it hard to live up to what he had expected of himself. Many times he had thought of what he would say when he found this girl, if he ever did find her. But he had anticipated something a little more conventional, and had believed that it would be quite the easiest matter in the world to tell who he was, and why he had come, and to tell it all convincingly and understandably. He had not, in short, expected the sort of little person who stood there against her bear. A very difficult little person, to approach easily and with assurance. half woman and half child, and beautifully wild. She was not disappointing. She was greatly appealing. When he surveyed her in a particularizing way, as he did swiftly, there was an exquisiteness about her that gave him pleasurable thrills. But it was all wild. Even her hair, an amazing glory of tangled curls, was wild in its disorder. She seemed palpitating with that wildness, like a fawn that had been run into a corner. No, not a fawn, but some beautiful creature that could and would fight desperately if need be. That was his impression. He was undergoing a smashing of his conceptions of this girl as he had visioned her from the picture, and a readjustment of her as she existed for him now. And he was not disappointed. He had never seen anything quite like this Marge O'Doone and her bear. O'Doone. His mind had harked back quickly, at her mention of that name, to the woman in the coach of the Transcontinental, the woman who was seeking a man by the name of Michael O'Doone. Of course, the woman was her mother. Her name, too, must have been O'Doone. Very slowly, the girl detached herself from her bear, and came until she stood within 3 steps of David. "Tara won't hurt you," she assured him again, "unless I scream. He would tear you to pieces then." If she had betrayed a sudden fear at his first appearance, it was gone now. Her eyes were like dark rock violets, and again he thought them the bluest and most fearless eyes he had ever seen. She was less a child now, standing so close to him. Her slimness made her appear taller than she was. David knew that she was going to question him, and before she could speak he asked, "Why are you afraid of someone coming after you from the nest, as you call it?" "Because," she replied with a quiet fearlessness, "I am running away from it." "Running away?" he gasped. "How long?" "2 days." He understood now. Her ragged moccasins, her frayed skirt, her tangled hair, the look of exhaustion about her. It came upon him all at once that she was standing unsteadily, swaying slightly like the slender stem of a flower stirred by a breath of air, and that he had not noticed these things because of the steadiness and clearness of her wonderful eyes. He was at her side in an instant. He forgot the bear. His hand seized hers, the one with the deep red scratch on it, and drew her to a flat rock a few steps away. She followed him, keeping her eyes on him in a wondering sort of way. The grizzly's reddish eyes were on David. A few yards away, Barry was lying flat on his belly between 2 stones, his eyes on the bear. It was a strange scene, and rather weirdly incongruous. David no longer sensed it. He still held the girl's hand as he seated her on the rock, and he looked into her eyes, smiling confidently. She was, after all, his little chum, the girl who had been with him ever since that first night's vision in Thoreau's cabin, and who had helped him to win that great fight he had made. The girl who had cheered and inspired him during many months, and whom he had come 1,500 miles to see. He told her this. At first, she possibly thought him a little mad. Her eyes betrayed that suspicion, for she uttered not a word to break in on his story. But after a little, her lips parted, her breath came a little more quickly, a flush grew in her cheeks. It was a wonderful thing in her life, this story, no matter if the man was a bit mad, or even an impostor. He at least was very real in this moment, and had told the story without excitement, and with an immeasurable degree of confidence and quiet tenderness, as though he had been simplifying the strange tale for the ears of a child, which in fact he had been endeavoring to do, for with the flush in her cheeks, her parted lips, and her softening eyes, she looked to him more like a child now than ever. His manner gave her great faith. But of course she was, deep in her trembling soul, quite incredulous that he should have done all these things for her. Incredulous until he ended his story with that day's travel up the valley, and then for the first time showed to her, as a proof of all he had said, the picture. She gave a little cry then. It was the first sound that had broken past her lips, and she clutched the picture in her hands and stared at it. And David, looking down, could see nothing but that shining disarray of curls, a rich and wonderful brown, in the sunlight, clustering about her shoulders and falling thickly to her waist. He thought it indescribably beautiful, in spite of the manner in which the curls and tresses had tangled themselves. They hid her face as she bent over the picture. He did not speak. He waited, knowing that in a moment or two all that he had guessed at would be clear, and that when the girl looked up she would tell him about the picture, and why she happened to be here, and not with the woman of the coach, who must have been her mother. When at last she did look up from the picture, her eyes were big and staring and filled with a mysterious questioning. David, feeling quite sure of himself, said, "How did it happen that you were away up here, and not with your mother that night when I met her on the train?" "She wasn't my mother," replied the girl, looking at him still in that strange way. "My mother is dead." End of chapter 17. Recording by Jairus Amar. Chapter 18 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jairus Amar. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 18. After that quietly spoken fact that her mother was dead, David waited for Marge O'Doone to make some further explanation. He had so firmly convinced himself that the picture he had carried was the key to all that he wanted to know. First from Tavish, if he had lived, and now from the girl, that it took him a moment or two to understand what he saw in his companion's face. He realized then that his possession of the picture and the manner in which it had come into his keeping were matters of great perplexity to her, and that the woman whom he had met in the Transcontinental held no significance for her at all, although he had told her with rather marked emphasis that this woman, whom he had thought was her mother, had been searching for a man who bore her name, O'Doone. The girl was plainly expecting him to say something, and he reiterated this fact, that the woman in the coach was very anxious to find a man whose name was O'Doone, and that it was quite reasonable to suppose that her name was O'Doone, especially as she had with her this picture of a girl bearing that name. It seemed to him a powerful and utterly convincing argument. It was a combination of facts, difficult to get away from, without certain conclusions. But this girl, who was so near to him that he could almost feel her breath, did not appear fully to comprehend their significance. She was looking at him with wide-open, wondering eyes, and when he had finished, she said again, "My mother is dead, and my father is dead too, and my aunt is dead, up at the nest. There isn't anyone left but my Uncle Hawk, and he is a brute. And Brokaw, he is a bigger brute. It was he who made me let him take this picture, 2 years ago. I have been training Tara to kill any man that touches me when I scream." It was wonderful to watch her eyes darken, to see her pupils grow big and luminous. She did not look at the picture clutched in her hands, but straight at him. "He caught me there, near the creek. He frightened me. He made me let him take it. He wanted me to take off my—" A flood of wild blood rushed into her face. In her heart was a fury. "I wouldn't be afraid now. Not of him alone," she cried. "I would scream and fight, and Tara would tear him to pieces. Oh, Tara knows how to do it. Now. I have trained him." "He compelled you to let him take the picture," urged David gently. "And then—" "I saw one of my pictures afterwards. My aunt had it. I wanted to destroy it because I hated it, and I hated him. But she said it was necessary for her to keep it. She was sick then. I loved her. She would put her arms around me every day. She used to kiss me, nights, when I went to bed. But we were afraid of Hawk. I don't call him uncle. She was afraid of him. Once I jumped at him and scratched his face when he swore at her, and he pulled my hair. Ugh, I can feel it now. After that, she used to cry, and she always put her arms around me, closer than ever. She died that way, holding my head down to her, and trying to say something. But I couldn't understand. I was crying. That was 6 months ago. Since then, I've been training Tara to kill." "And why have you trained Tara, little girl?" David took her hand. It lay warm and unresisting in his, a firm, very little hand. He could feel a slight shudder pass through her. "I heard something," she said. "The nest is a terrible place. Hawk is terrible. Brokaw is terrible. And Hawk, sent away somewhere up there." She pointed northward. "For Brokaw. He said, I belonged to Brokaw." "What did he mean?" She turned so that she could look straight into David's eyes. She was hard to answer. If she had been a woman. She saw the slow, gathering tenseness in David's face as he looked for a moment away from her bewildering eyes, the hardening muscles of his jaws, and her own hand tightened as it lay in his. "What did Hawk mean?" she persisted. "Why do I belong to Brokaw, that great red brute?" The hand he had been holding, he took between both his palms in a gentle, comforting way. His voice was gentle, too, but the hard lines did not leave his face. "How old are you, Marge?" he asked. 17, she said. "And I am 38. He turned to smile at her. See, he raised a hand and took off his hat. My hair is getting gray. She looked up swiftly, and then, so suddenly that it took his breath away, her fingers were running back through his thick blonde hair. "A little," she said. "But you are not old." She dropped her hand. Her whole movement had been innocent as a child's. "And yet I am quite old," he assured her. "Is this man Brokaw at the Nest, Marge?" She nodded. "He has been there a month. He came after Hawk sent for him, and went away again. Then he came back." "And you are now running away from him?" "From all of them," she said. "If it were just Brokaw, I wouldn't be afraid. I would let him catch me, and scream. Tara would kill him for me. But it's Hawk, too. And the others. They are worse since Nisikoos died. That is what I called her. Nisikoos, my aunt. They are all terrible, and they all frighten me, especially since they began to build a great cage for Tara. Why should they build a cage for Tara out of small trees? Why do they want to shut him up? None of them will tell me. Hawk says it is for another bear that Brokaw is bringing down from the Yukon. But I know they are lying. It is for Tara." Suddenly, her fingers clutched tightly at his hand, and for the first time he saw under her long, shimmering lashes the darkening fire of a real terror. "Why do I belong to Brokaw?" she asked again, a little tremble in her voice. "Why did Hawk say that? Can a man buy a girl?" The nails of her slender fingers were pricking his flesh. David did not feel their hurt. "What do you mean?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "Did that man, Hawk, sell you?" He looked away from her as he asked the question. He was afraid, just then, that something was in his face which he did not want her to see. He began to understand. At least, he was beginning to picture a very horrible possibility. "I don't know," he heard her say, close to his shoulder. "It was night before last I heard them quarreling, and I crept close to a door that was a little open, and looked in. Brokaw had given my uncle a bag of gold, a little sack, like the miners use. And I heard him swear at my uncle, and say, 'That's more than she is worth, but I'll give in. Now, she's mine.' I don't know why it frightened me so. It wasn't Brokaw. I guess it was the terrible look in that man's face, my uncle's. Tara and I ran away that night. Why do you suppose they want to put Tara in a cage? Do you think Brokaw was buying Tara to put in that cage? He said she, not he." He looked at her again. Her eyes were not so fearless now. "Was he buying Tara or me?" she insisted. "Why do you have that thought, that he was buying you?" David asked. "Has anything happened?" A second time, a fury of blood leapt into her face, and her lashes shadowed a pair of blazing stars. That red brute, caught me in the dark 2 weeks ago, and held me there, and kissed me." She fairly panted at him, springing to her feet and standing before him. "I would have screamed, but it was in the house, and Tara couldn't have come to me. I scratched him and fought, but he bent my head back until it hurt. He tried it again the day he gave my uncle the gold, but I struck him with a stick and got away. Oh, I hate him. And he knows it. And my uncle cursed me for striking him. And that's why I'm running away." "I understand," said David, rising and smiling at her confidently, while in his veins his blood was running like little streams of fire. "Don't you believe, now, all that I've told you about the picture? How it tried so hard to talk to me and tell me to hurry. It got me here just about in time, didn't it? It'll be a great joke on Brokaw, little girl. And your uncle, Hawk. A great joke, eh?" He laughed. He felt like laughing, even as his blood pounded through him at fever heat. "You're a little brick, Marge. You and your bear." It was the first time he had thought of the bear since Marge had detached herself from the big beast to come to him, and as he looked in its direction, he gave a startled exclamation. Barry and the grizzly had been measuring each other for some time. To Barry, this was the most amazing experience in all his life, and flattened out between the two rocks, he was at a loss to comprehend why his master did not either run or shoot. He wanted to jump out, if his master showed fight, and leap straight at that ugly monster. Or he wanted to run away as fast as his legs would carry him. He was shivering in indecision, waiting a signal from David to do either one or the other. And Tara was now moving slowly toward the dog. His huge head was hung low, swinging slightly from side to side in a most terrifying way. His great jaws were agape, and the nearer he came to Barry, the smaller the dog seemed to grow between the rocks. At David's sudden cry, the girl had turned, and he was amazed to hear her laughter, clear and sweet as a bell. It was funny, that picture of the dog and the bear, if one was in the mood to see the humor of it. "Tara won't hurt him," she hurried to say, seeing David's uneasiness. "He loves dogs. He wants to play with... what is his name?" "Barry. And mine is David." "Barry. David. See?" Like a bird, she had left his side, and in an instant, it seemed, was astride the big grizzly, digging her fingers into Tara's thick coat, smiling back at him, her radiant hair about her like a cloud, filled with marvelous red and gold fires in the sun. "Come," she said, holding out a hand to David. "I want Tara to know you are our friend, because..." The darkness came into her eyes again. "I have been training him, and I want him to know he must not hurt you." David went to them, little fancying the acquaintance he was about to make, until Marge slipped off her bear and put her two arms unhesitatingly about his shoulders, and drew him down with her close in front of Tara's big head and round, emotionless eyes. For a thrilling moment or two, she pressed her face close to his, looking all the time straight at Tara, and talking to him steadily. David did not sense what she was saying, except that, in a general way, she was telling Tara that he must never hurt this man, no matter what happened. He felt the warm crush of her hair on his neck and face. It billowed on his breast for a moment. The girl's hand touched his cheek, warm and caressing. He made no movement of his own, except to rise rigidly when she unclasped her hands from about his shoulders. "There! He won't hurt you now," she exclaimed in triumph. Her cheeks were flaming, but not with embarrassment. Her eyes were as clear as the violets he had crushed under his feet in the mountain valleys. He looked at her as she stood before him, so much like a child, and yet enough of a woman to make his own cheeks burn. And then he saw a sudden changing expression come into her face. There was something pathetic about it, something that made him see again what he had forgotten, her exhaustion, the evidences of her struggle. She was looking at his pack. "We haven't had anything to eat since we ran away," she said simply. "I'm hungry." He had heard children say, "I'm hungry," in that same voice, with the same hopeful and entreating insistence in it. He had spoken those words himself 1,000 times, to his mother, in just that same way, it seemed to him. And as she stood there, looking at his pack, he was filled with a very strong desire to crumple her close in his arms, not as a woman, but as a child. And this desire held him so still for a moment that she thought he was waiting for her to explain. "I fastened our bundle on Tara's back, and we lost it in the night coming up over the mountain," she said. "It was so steep that in places I had to catch hold of Tara and let him drag me up." In another moment he was at his pack, opening it and tossing things to right and left on the white sand, and the girl watched him, her eyes very bright with anticipation. "Coffee, bacon, bannock, and potatoes," he said, making a quick inventory of his small stock of provisions. "Potatoes?" cried the girl. "Yes, dehydrated. See? It looks like rice. 1 pound of this equals 14 pounds of potatoes. And you can't tell the difference when it's cooked right. Now for a fire." She was darting this way and that, collecting small dry sticks in the sand before he was on his feet. He could not resist standing for a moment and watching her. Her movements, even in her quick and eager quest of fuel, were the most graceful he had ever seen in a human being. And yet she was tired, she was hungry, and he believed that her feet, concealed in those rock-torn moccasins, were bruised and sore. He went down to the stream for water, and in the few moments that he was gone, his mind worked swiftly. He believed that he understood, perhaps even more than the girl herself. There was something about her that was so sweetly childish. In spite of her age and her height and her amazing prettiness, that was not all a child's prettiness. That he could not feel that she had realized fully the peril from which she was fleeing when he found her. He had guessed that her dread was only partly for herself, and the other part was for Tara, her bear. She had asked him in a sort of plaintive anxiety, and with rather more of wonderment and perplexity in her eyes than fear, whether she belonged to Brokaw, and what it all meant, and whether a man could buy a girl. It was not a mystery to him that the red brute she had told him about should want her. His puzzlement was that such a thing could happen. If he had guessed right, among men. Buy her? Of course, down there in the big cities, such a thing had happened hundreds and thousands of times, were happening every day. But he could not easily picture it happening up here, where men lived because of their strength. There must surely be other men at the nest than the two hated and feared by the girl. Hawk, her uncle, and Brokaw, the red brute. She had built a little pile of sticks and dry moss, ready for the touch of a match when he returned. Tara had stretched himself out lazily in the sun and Barry was still between the two rocks, eyeing him watchfully. Before David lighted the fire, he spread his one blanket out on the sand and made the girl sit down. She was close to him, and her eyes did not leave his face for an instant. Whenever he looked up, she was gazing straight at him, and when he went down to the creek for another pail of water, he felt that her eyes were still on him. When he turned to come back, with 50 paces between them, she smiled at him, and he waved his hand at her. He asked her a great many questions while he prepared their dinner. The nest, he learned, was a tree-freighting place, and Hawk was its proprietor. He was surprised when he learned that he was not on Firepan Creek after all. Firepan was over the range, and there were a good many Indians to the north and west of it. Miners came down frequently from the Taku River country and the edge of the Yukon, she said. At least she thought they were miners, for that is what Hawk used to tell Nisikoos, her aunt. They came after whiskey, always whiskey. And the Indians came for liquor too. It was the chief article that Hawk, her uncle, traded in. He brought it from the coast, in the winter time, many sledge loads of it, and some of those miners who came down from the north carried away much of it. If it was summer, they would take it away on pack horses. What would they do with so much liquor, she wondered. A little of it made such a beast of Hawk, and a beast of Brokaw, and it drove the Indians wild. Hawk would no longer allow the Indians to drink it at the nest. They had to take it away with them into the mountains. Just now there was quite a number of the miners down from the north, 10 or 12 of them. She had not been afraid when Nisikoos, her aunt, was alive. But now there was no other woman at the nest, except an old Indian woman who did Hawk's cooking. Hawk wanted no one there, and she was afraid of those men. They all feared Hawk, and she knew that Hawk was afraid of Brokaw. She didn't know why, but he was, and she was afraid of them all, and hated them all. She had been quite happy when Nisikoos was alive. Nisikoos had taught her to read out of books, had taught her things ever since she could remember. She could write almost as well as Nisikoos. This she said a bit proudly. But since her aunt had gone, things were terribly changed, especially the men. They had all made her more afraid, every day. "None of them is like you," she said, with startling frankness, her eyes shining at him. "I would love to be with you." He turned, then, to look at Tara dozing in the sun. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 19. They ate, facing each other, on a clean, flat stone that was like a table. There was no hesitation on the girl's part, no false pride in the concealment of her hunger. To David, it was a joy to watch her eat, and to catch the changing expressions in her eyes, and the little half-smiles that took the place of words as he helped her diligently to bacon and bannock and potatoes and coffee. The bright glow went only once out of her eyes, And that was when she looked at Tara and Barry. "Tara has been eating roots all day," she said. "But what will he eat?" And she nodded at the dog. "He had a whistler for breakfast," David assured her. "Fat as butter. He wouldn't eat now anyway. He is too much interested in the bear." She had finished, with a little sigh of content, when he asked, "What do you mean when you say you have trained Tara to kill? Why have you trained him?" "I began the day after Brokaw did that. Held me there in his arms, with my head bent back. Ugh! He was terrible, with his face so close to mine." She shuddered. "Afterward I washed my face, and scrubbed it hard, but I could still feel it. I can feel it now." Her eyes were darkening again, as the sun darkens when a thundercloud passes under it. "I wanted to make Tara understand what he must do after that, so I stole some of Brokaw's clothes and carried them to the little plain on the side of the mountain. I stuffed them with grass and made a... what do you call it? In Indian it is Isena Kusawin." "A dummy," he said. She nodded. "Yes, that is it. Then I would go with it a little distance from Tara, and would begin to struggle with it and scream. The third time, when Tara saw me lying under it, kicking and screaming, he gave it a blow with his paw that ripped it clean in two, and after that..." Her eyes were glorious in their wild triumph. "He would tear it into bits," she cried breathlessly. "It would take me a whole day to mend it again, and at last I had to steal more clothes. I took Hawk's this time, and soon they were gone too. That is just what Tara will do to a man, when I fight and scream. And a little while ago you were ready to jump at me and fight and scream," he reminded her, smiling across their rock table. "Not after you spoke to me," she said, so quickly that the words seemed to spring straight from her heart. "I wasn't afraid then. I was... glad. No, I wouldn't scream, not even if you held me like Brokaw did." He felt the warm blood rising under his skin again. It was impossible to keep it down, and he was ashamed of it, ashamed of the thought that for an instant was in his mind. The soul of the wild, little mountain creature was in her eyes. Her lips made no concealment of its thoughts or its emotions, pure as the blue skies above them, and as ungoverned by conventionality as the winds that shifted up and down the valleys. She was a new sort of being to him, a child woman, a little wonder nymph that had grown up with the flowers. And yet not so little after all. He had noticed that the top of her shining head came considerably above his chin. "Then you will not be afraid to go back to the nest with me?" he asked. "No," she said, with a direct and amazing confidence. "But I'd rather run away with you." Then she added quickly, before he could speak, "Didn't you say you came all that way, hundreds of miles, to find me? Then why must we go back?" He explained to her as clearly as he could, and as reason seemed to point out to him. It was impossible, he assured her, that Brokaw or Hawk or any other man could harm her now that he was here to take care of her and straighten matters out. He was as frank with her as she had been with him. Her eyes widened when he told her that he did not believe Hawk was her uncle, and that he was certain the woman whom he had met that night on the Transcontinental, and who was searching for an O'Doone, had some deep interest in her. He must discover, if possible, how the picture had got to her, and who she was, and he could do this only by going to the nest and learning the truth straight from Hawk. Then they would go on to the coast, which would be an easy journey. He told her that Hawk and Brokaw would not dare to cause them trouble, as they were carrying on a business of which the provincial police would make short work, if they knew of it. They held the whip hand, he and Marge. Her eyes shone with increasing faith as he talked. She had leaned a little over the narrow rock between them, so that her thick curls fell in shining clusters under his eyes, and suddenly she reached out her arms through them, and her 2 hands touched his face. "And you will take me away? You promise?" "My dear child, that is just what I came for," he said, feigning to be surprised at her questions. 1,500 miles just for that. Now, don't you believe all that I've told you about the picture?" "Yes," she nodded. She had drawn back and was looking at him so steadily and with such wondering depths in her eyes that he found himself compelled for an instant to turn his own gaze carelessly away. "And you used to talk to it," she said. "And it seemed alive?" "Very much alive, Marge." "And you dreamed about me?" He had said that, and he felt again that warm rise of blood. He felt himself in a difficult place. If she had been older, or even younger. "Yes," he said truthfully. He feared one other question was quite uncomfortably near, but it didn't come. The girl rose suddenly to her feet, flung back her hair, and ran to Tara, dozing in the sun. What she was saying to the beast, with her arms about his shaggy neck, David could only guess. He found himself laughing again, quietly of course, with his back to her, as he picked up their dinner things. He had not anticipated such an experience as this. It rather unsettled him. It was amusing, and had a decided thrill to it. Undoubtedly, Hawk and Brokaw were rough men. From what she had told him, he was convinced they were lawless men, engaged in a very wide underground trade in whiskey. But he believed that he would not find them as bad as he had pictured them at first, even though the nest was a horrible place for the girl. Her running away was the most natural thing in the world, for her. She was an amazingly spontaneous little creature, full of courage and a fierce determination to fight someone. But probably today or tomorrow, she would have been forced to turn homeward, quite exhausted with their adventure, and nibbling roots along with Tara to keep herself alive. The thought of her hunger, and of the dire necessity in which he had found her, drove the smile from his lips. He was finishing his pack when she left the bear and came to him. "If we are to get over the mountain before dark, we must hurry," she said. "See, it is a big mountain." She pointed to a barren break in the northward range, close up to the snow-covered peaks. "And it's cold up there when night comes," she added. "Can you make it?" David asked. "Aren't you tired? Your feet sore? We can wait here until morning." "I can climb it," she cried, with an excitement which he had not seen in her before. "I can climb it, and travel all night to tell Brokaw and Hawk I don't belong to them anymore, and that we're going away. Brokaw will be like a mad beast, and before we go, I'll scratch his eyes out." "Good Lord," gasped David under his breath. "And if Hawk squares at me, I'll scratch his out," she declared, trembling in the glorious anticipation of her vengeance. I'll scratch his out, anyway, for what he did to Nisikoos." David stared at her. She was looking away from him, her eyes on the break between the mountains, and he noticed how tense her slender body had become, and how tightly her hands were clenched. "They won't dare to touch me or swear at me when you are there," she added, with sublime faith. She turned in time to catch the look in his face. Swiftly, the excitement faded out of her own. She touched his arm, hesitatingly. "Wouldn't you want me to scratch out their eyes?" she asked. He shook his head. "It wouldn't do," he said. "We must be very careful. We mustn't let them know you ran away. We must tell them you climbed up the mountain and got lost." "I never get lost," she protested. "But we must tell them that just the same," he insisted. "Will you?" She nodded emphatically. "And now, before we start, tell me why they haven't followed you." "Because I came over the mountain," she replied, pointing again toward the break. "It's all rock, and Tara left no marks. They wouldn't think we'd climb over the range. They've been looking for us in the other valley, if they have hunted for us at all. We were going to climb over that range, too." She turned so that she was pointing to the south. "And then?" "There are people over there. I've heard Hawk talk about them." "Did you ever hear him speak of a man by the name of Tavish?" he asked, watching her closely. "Tavish?" She pursed her lips into a red O, and the little lines gathered thoughtfully between her eyes. "Tavish? No, I never have." "He lived at one time on Firepan Creek. Had smallpox," said David. "That is terrible," the girl shuddered. "The Indians die of it up here. Hawk says that my father and mother died of smallpox, before I could remember. It is all like a dream. I can see a woman's face sometimes, and I can remember a cabin, and snow, and lots of dogs. Are you ready to go?" He shouldered his pack, and as he arranged the straps, Marge ran to Tara. At her command, the big beast rose slowly and stood before her, swinging his head from side to side, his jaws agape. David called Barry, and the dog came to him like a shriek, and stood against his leg, snarling fiercely. "Tut, tut," admonished David softly, laying a hand on Barry's head. "We're all friends, boy. Look here." He walked straight over to the grizzly, and tried to induce Barry to follow him. Barry came halfway, and then sat himself on his haunches, and refused to budge another inch, an expression so doleful in his face that it drew from the girl's lips a peal of laughter in which David found it impossible not to join. It was delightfully infectious. He was laughing more with her than at Barry. In the same breath, his merriment was cut short by an unexpected and most amazing discovery. Tara, after all, had his usefulness. His mistress had vaulted astride of him, and was nudging him with their heels, leaning forward so that with one hand she was pulling at his left ear. The bear turned slowly, his finger-long claws clicking on the stones, and when his head was in the right direction, Marge released his ear and spoke sharply, beating a tattoo with her heels at the same time. "Nya, Tara, nya!" she cried. After a moment's hesitation, in which the grizzly seemed to be getting his bearings, Tara struck out straight for the break between the mountains, with his burden. The girl turned and waved a beckoning hand at David. "Pow! You must hurry!" she called to him, laughing at the astonishment in his face. He had started to fill his pipe, but for the next few minutes he forgot that the pipe was in his hand. His eyes did not leave the huge beast, ambling along a dozen paces ahead of him, or the slip of a girl who rode him. He had caught a glimpse of Barry, and the dog's eyes seemed to be bulging. He half believed that his own mouth was open when the girl called to him. What had happened was most startlingly unexpected, and what he stared at now was a wondrous sight. Tara traveled with the rolling, slouching gait typical of the wide-quartered grizzly, and the girl was a sinuous part of him. By all odds, the most wonderful thing in the world to David at this moment. Her hair streamed down her back in a cascade of sunlit glory. She flung back her head, and he thought of a wonderful golden bronze flower. He heard her laugh and cry out to Tara, and when the grizzly climbed up a bit of steep slide, she leaned forward and became a part of the bear's back, her curls shimmering in the thick ruff of Tara's neck. As he toiled upward in their wake, he caught a glimpse of her looking back at him from the top of the slide, her eyes shining and her lips smiling at him. She reminded him of something he had read about Locosia, his favorite of the 3 sirens. Only in this instance it was a siren of the mountains, and not of the sea, that was leading him on to an early doom, if he had to keep up with that bear. His breath came more quickly. In 10 minutes he was gasping for wind, and in despair he slackened his pace as the bear and his rider disappeared over the crest of the first slope. She was waving at him then, fully 200 yards up that infernal hill, and he was sure that she was laughing. He had almost reached the top when he saw her sitting in the shade of a rock, watching him as he toiled upward. There was a mischievous seriousness in the blue of her eyes when he reached her side. "I'm sorry, Sakewawin," she said, lowering her eyes until they were hidden under the silken sheen of her long lashes. "I couldn't make Tara go slowly. He is hungry, and he knows that he is going home." "And I thought you had sore feet," he managed to say. "I don't ride him going down a mountain," she explained, thrusting out her ragged little feet. "I can't hang on, and I slip over his head. You must walk ahead of Tara. That will hold him back." He tried this experiment when they continued their ascent, and Tara followed so uncomfortably close that at times David could feel his warm breath against his hand. When they reached the second slope, the girl walked beside him. For a half-mile, it was not a bad climb, and there was soft grass underfoot. After that came the rock and shale, and the air grew steadily colder. They had started at 1 o'clock, and it was 5 when they reached the first snow. It was 6 when they stood at the summit. Under them lay the valley of the Firepan, a broad, sun-filled sweep of scattered timber and green plain, and the girl pointed into it, north and west. "Off there is the nest," she said. "We could almost see it if it weren't for that big, red mountain." She was very tired, though she had ridden Tara at least 2/3 of the distance up the mountains. In her eyes was the mistiness of exhaustion, and as a chill wind swept about them, she leaned against David, and he could feel that her endurance was nearly gone. As they had come up to the snow line, he had made her put on the light woolen shirt he carried in his pack, and the big handkerchief, in which he had so long wrapped the picture, he had fastened scarf-like about her head, so she was not cold. But she looked pathetically childlike and out of place, standing here beside him at the very top of the world, with the valley so far down that the clumps of timber in it were like painted splashes. It was a half-mile down to the first bit of timber, a small round patch of it in a narrow dip, and he pointed to it encouragingly. "We'll camp there and have supper. I believe it is far enough down for a fire. And if it is impossible for you to ride Tara, I'm going to carry you." "You can't, Sakewawin," she sighed, letting her head touch his arm for a moment. "It is more difficult to carry a load down a mountain than up. I can walk." Before he could stop her, she had begun to descend. They went down quickly, 3 times as quickly as they had climbed the other side, and when, half an hour later, they reached the timber in the dip, he felt as if his back were broken. The girl had persistently kept ahead of him, and with a little cry of triumph, she dropped down at the foot of the first balsam they came to. The pupils of her eyes were big and dark as she looked up at him, quivering with the strain of the last great effort, and yet she tried to smile at him. "You may carry me sometime, but not down a mountain," she said, and laid her head wearily on the pillow of her arm, so that her face was concealed from him. "And now, please get supper, Sakewawin." He spread his blanket over her before he began searching for a campsite. He noticed that Tara was already hunting for roots. Barry followed close at his master's heels. Quite near, David found a streamlet that trickled down from the snow line, and to a grassy plot in the edge of this he dragged a quantity of dry wood and built a fire. Then he made a thick couch of balsam boughs, and went to his little companion. In the half hour he had been at work, she had fallen asleep. Utter exhaustion was in the limpness of her slender body, as he raised her gently in his arms. The handkerchief had slipped back over her shoulder, and she was wonderfully sweet and helpless, as she lay with her head on his breast. She was still asleep when he placed her on the balsams, and it was dark when he awakened her for supper. The fire was burning brightly. Tara had stretched himself out in a huge dark bulk on the outer glow of it. Barry was close to the fire. The girl sat up, rubbed her eyes, and stared at David. "Sakewawin," she whispered then, looking about her in a moment's bewilderment. "Supper," he said, smiling. "I did it all while you were napping, little lady. Are you hungry?" He had spread their meal so that she did not have to move from her balsams, and he had brought a short piece of timber to place as a rest at her back, cushioned by his shoulder pack and the blanket. After all his trouble, she did not eat much. the mistiness was still in her eyes. So after he had finished, he took away the timber and made of the balsams a deep pillow for her, that she might lie restfully, with her head well up, while he smoked. He did not want her to go to sleep. He wanted to talk. And he began by asking how she had so carelessly run away, with only a pair of moccasins on her feet, and no clothes, but the thin garments she was wearing. "They were in Tara's pack, Sakewawin," she explained, her eyes glowing like sleepy pools in the fireglow. "They were lost." He began then to tell her about Father Roland. She listened, growing sleepier, her lashes drooping slowly until they formed dark curves on her cheeks. He was close enough to marvel at their length, and as he watched them, quivering in her efforts to keep awake and listen to him, they seemed to him like the dark petals of two beautiful flowers closing slumberously for the night. It was a wonderful thing to see them open suddenly and find the full glory of the sleep-filled eyes on him for an instant, and then to watch them slowly close again as she fought valiantly to conquer her irresistible drowsiness, the merest twinkling of a smile on her lips. The last time she opened them, he had her picture in his hands, and was looking at it, quite close to her, with the fire lighting it up. For a moment, he thought the sight of it had awakened her completely. "Throw it into the fire," she said. "Brokaw made me let him take it, and I hate it. I hate Brokaw. I hate the picture. Burn it." "But I must keep it," he protested. "Burn it? Why, it's—" "You won't want it, after tonight." Her eyes were closing again, heavily, for the last time. "Why?" he asked, bending over her. "Because, Sakewawin, you have me now," came her voice, in drowsy softness, and then the long lashes lay quietly against her cheeks. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 20. He thought of her words a long time after she had fallen asleep. Even in that last moment of her consciousness, he had found her voice filled with a strange faith and a wonderful assurance as it had drifted away in a whisper. He would not want the picture any more, because he had her. That was what she had said, and he knew it was her soul that had spoken to him as she had hovered that instant between consciousness and slumber. He looked at her, sleeping under his eyes, and he felt upon him for the first time the weight of a sudden trouble, a gloomy foreboding. And yet, under it all, like a fire banked beneath dead ash, was the warm thrill of his possession. He had spread his blanket over her, and now he leaned over and drew back her thick curls. They were warm and soft in his fingers, strangely sweet to touch, and for a moment or two he fondled them while he gazed steadily into the childish loveliness of her face, dimpled still by that shadow of a smile with which she had fallen asleep. He was beginning to feel that he had accepted for himself a tremendous task, and that she, not much more than a child, had of course scarcely foreseeing its possibilities. Her faith in him was a pleasurable thing. It was absolute. He realized it more as the hours dragged on, and he sat alone by the fire. So great was it that she was going back fearlessly to those whom she hated and feared. She was returning not only fearlessly, but with a certain defiant satisfaction. He could fancy her saying to Hawk and the red brute, "I've come back. Now touch me if you dare." What would he have to do to live up to that surety of her confidence in him? A great deal, undoubtedly. And if he won for her, as she fully expected him to win, what would he do with her? Take her to the coast? Put her into a school somewhere down south? That was his first notion. For to him, she looked more than ever like a child, as she lay asleep on her bed of balsams. He tried to picture Brokaw. He tried to see Hawk in his mental vision, and he thought over again all that the girl had told him about herself and these men. As he looked at her now, a little, softly breathing thing under his gray blanket, it was hard for him to believe anything so horrible as she had suggested. Perhaps her fears had been grossly exaggerated. The exchange of gold between Hawk and the red brute had probably been for something else. Even men engulfed in the brutality of the trade they were in would not think of such an appalling crime. And then, with a fierceness that made his blood boil, came the thought of that time when Brokaw had caught her in his arms, and had held her head back until it hurt, and had kissed her. Barry had crept between his knees, and David's fingers closed so tightly on the loose skin of his neck that the dog whined. He rose to his feet and stood gazing down at the girl. He stood there for a long time, without moving or making a sound. "A little woman," he whispered to himself at last. "Not a child." From that moment, his blood was hot with a desire to reach the nest. He had never thought seriously of physical struggle with men, except in the way of sport. His disposition had always been to regard such a thing as barbarous, and he had never taken advantage of his skill with the gloves, as the average man might very probably have done. To fight was to lower one's self-respect enormously, he thought. It was not a matter of timidity, but a very strong conviction, an entrenchment that had saved him from wreaking vengeance in the hour when another man would have killed. But there, in that room in his home, he had stood face to face with a black, revolting sin. There had been nothing left to shield, nothing to protect. Here, it was different. A soul had given itself into his protection, a soul as pure as the stars shining over the mountain tops, and its little keeper lay there under his eyes, sleeping in the sweet faith that it was safe with him. A little later, his fingers tingled with an odd thrill as he took his automatic out of his pack, loaded it carefully, and placed it in his pocket where it could easily be reached. The act was a declaration of something ultimately definite. He stretched himself out near the fire, and went to sleep with the force of this declaration brewing strangely within him. He was awake with the summer dawn, and the sun was beginning to tint up the big red mountain when they began the descent into the valley. Before they started, he loaned the girl his comb and single military brush, and for 15 minutes sat watching her while she brushed the tangles out of her hair, until it fell about her in a thick, waving splendor. At the nape of her neck she tied it with a bit of string which he found for her, and after that, as they traveled downward, he observed how the rebellious tresses, shimmering and dancing about her, persisted in forming themselves into curls again. In an hour they reached the valley, and for a few moments they sat down to rest, while Tara foraged among the rocks for marmots. It was a wonderful valley into which they had come. From where they sat, it was like an immense park. Green slopes reached almost to the summits of the mountains, and to a point halfway up these slopes, the last timber line, clumps of spruce and balsam trees were scattered over the green, as if set there by hands of men. Some of these timber patches were no larger than the decorative clumps in a city park, and others covered acres and tens of acres, and at the foot of the slopes on either side, like decorative fringes, were thin and unbroken lines of forest. Between these two lines of forest lay the open valley of soft and undulating meadow, dotted with its purplish bosks of buffalo, willow, and mountain sage, its green coppices of wild rose and thorn, and its clumps of trees. In the hollow of the valley ran a stream. And this was her home. She was telling him about it as they sat there, and he listened to her, and watched her bird-like movements, without breaking in to ask questions which the night had shaped in his mind. She pointed out grey summits on which she had stood. Off there, just visible in the grey mist of early sunshine, was the mountain where she had found Tara 5 years ago, a tiny cub who must have lost his mother. Perhaps the Indians had killed her. And that long, rock-strewn slide, so steep in places that he shuddered when he thought of what she had done, was where she and Tara had climbed over the range in their flight. She chose the rocks so that Tara would leave no trail. He regarded that slide as conclusive evidence of the very definite resolution that must have inspired her. A fit of girlish temper would not have taken her up that rock slide, and in the night. He thought it time to speak of what was weighing upon his mind. "Listen to me, Marge," he said, pointing toward the red mountain ahead of them. "Off there, you say, is the nest. What are we going to do when we arrive there?" The little lines gathered between her eyes again as she looked at him. "Why, tell them," she said. "Tell them what?" "That you've come for me, and that we're going away, Sakewawin." "And if they object? If Brokaw and Hawk say you cannot go?" "We'll go anyway, Sakewawin." "That's a pretty name you've given me," he mused, thinking of something else. "I like it." For the first time she blushed until her face was like one of the wild roses in those prickly copses of the valley. And then he added, "You must not tell them too much, at first, Marge. Remember that you were lost, and I found you. You must give me time to get acquainted with Hawk and Brokaw." She nodded, but there was a moment's anxiety in her eyes, and he saw for an instant the slightest quiver in her throat. "You won't let them keep me? No matter what they say, you won't let them keep me?" He jumped up with a laugh and tilted her chin so that he looted straight into her eyes, and her faith filled them again in a flood. "No, you're going with me," he promised. "Come. I'm quite anxious to meet Hawk and the Red Brute." It seemed singular to David that they met no one in this valley that day, and the girl's explanation that practically all travel came from the north and west and stopped at the nest did not fully satisfy him. He still wondered why they did not encounter one of the searching parties that must have been sent out for her, until she told him that, since Nisikoos died, she and Tara had gone quite frequently into the mountains and remained all night, so that perhaps no search had been made for her after all. Hawk had not seemed to care. More frequently than otherwise, he had not missed her. Twice she had been away for 2 nights and 2 days. It was only because Brokaw had given that gold to Hawk that she feared pursuit. If Hawk had bought her. She spoke of that possible sale as if she might have been the merest sort of chattel. And then she startled him by saying, "I have known of those white men from the north buying Indian girls. I have seen them sold for whiskey. Ugh!" She shuddered. Nisikoos and I overheard them one night. Hawk was selling a girl for a little sack of gold, like that. Nisikoos held me more tightly than ever that night. I don't know why. She was terribly afraid of that man, Hawk. Why did she live with him if she was afraid of him? Do you know? I wouldn't. I'd run away." He shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't tell you, my child." Her eyes turned on him suddenly. "Why do you call me that? A child?" "Because you're not a woman. Because you're so very, very young. And I'm so very old," he laughed. For a long time after that, she was silent as they traveled steadily toward the Red Mountain. They ate their dinner in the somber shadow of it. Most of the afternoon, Marge rode her bear. It was sundown when they stopped for their last meal. The nest was still 3 miles farther on, and the stars were shining brilliantly before they came to the little, wooded plain in the edge of which Hawk had hidden away his place of trade. When they were some 100 yards away, they came over a knoll, and David saw the glow of fires. The girl stopped suddenly, and her hand caught his arm. He counted 4 of those fires in the open. A 5th glowed faintly, as if back in timber. Sounds came to them, the slow, hollow booming of a tom-tom, and voices. They could see shadows moving. The girl's fingers were pinching David's arm. "The Indians have come in," she whispered. There was a thrill of uneasiness in her words. It was not fear. He could see that she was puzzled, and that she had not expected to find fires or those moving shadows. Her eyes were steady and shining as she looked at him. It seemed to him that she had grown taller and more like a woman as they stood there. Something in her face made him ask, "Why have they come?" "I don't know," she said. She started down the knoll straight for the fires. Tara and Barry filed behind them. Beyond the glow of the camp, a dark bulk took shape against the blackness of the forest. David guessed that it was the nest. He made out a deep, low building, unlighted so far as he could see. Then they entered into the fireglow. Their appearance produced a strange and instant quiet. The beating of the tom-tom ceased. Voices died. Dark faces stared, and that was all. There were about 50 of them about the fires, David figured. And not a white man's face among them. They were all Indians. A lean, night-eyed, sinister-looking lot. He was conscious that they were scrutinizing him more than they were the girl. He could almost feel the prick of their eyes. With her head up, his companion walked between the fires and beyond them, looking neither to one side nor the other. They turned the end of the huge log building, and on this side it was glowing dimly with light, and David faintly heard voices. The girl passed swiftly into a hollow of gloom, calling softly to Tara. The bear followed her, a grotesque, slow-moving hulk, and David waited. He heard the clink of a chain. A moment later, she returned to him. "There is a light in Hawk's room," she said. "His council room, he calls it, where he makes bargains. I hope they are both there, Sakewawin. Both Hawk and Brokaw." She seized his hand and held it tightly as she led him deeper into darkness. "I wonder why so many of the Indians are in. I did not know they were coming. It is the wrong time of year for a crowd like that." He felt the quiver in her voice. She was quite excited, he knew, and yet not about the Indians, nor the strangeness of their presence. It was her triumph that made her tremble in the darkness, a wonderful anticipation of the greatest event that had ever happened in her life. She hoped that Hawk and Brokaw were in that room. She would confront them there with him. That was it. She felt her bondage, her imprisonment, in this savage place was ended, and she was eager to find them, and let them know that she was no longer afraid, or alone, no longer need obey or fear them. He felt the thrill of it in the hot, fierce little clasp of her hand. He saw it glowing in their eyes when they passed through the light of a window. Then they turned again, at the back of the building. They paused at a door. Not a ray of light broke the gloom here. The stars seemed to make the blackness deeper. Her fingers tightened. "You must be careful," he said. "And remember." "I will," she whispered. It was his last warning. The door opened slowly, with a creaking sound, and they entered into a long, gloomy hall, illumined by a single oil lamp that sputtered and smoked in its bracket on one of the walls. The hall gave him an idea of the immensity of the building. From the far end of it, through a partly open door, came a reek of tobacco smoke, and loud voices, a burst of coarse laughter, a sudden volley of curses that died away in a still louder roar of merriment. Someone closed the door from within. The girl was staring toward the end of the hall, and shuddering. "That is the way it has been, growing worse and worse since Nisikoos died," she said. "In there the white men who come down from the north drink and gamble and quarrel. They are always quarreling. This room is ours, Nisikoos and mine." She touched with her hand a door near which they were standing. Then she pointed to another. There were half a dozen doors up and down the hall. "And that is Hawk's." He threw off his pack, placed it on the floor, with his rifle across it. When he straightened, the girl was listening at the door of Hawk's room. Beckoning to him, she knocked on it lightly, and then opened it. David entered close behind her. It was a rather large room. His one impression as he crossed the threshold. In the center of it was a table, and over the table hung an oil lamp with a tin reflector. In the light of this lamp sat two men. In his first glance, he made up his mind which was Hawk and which was Brokaw. It was Brokaw, he thought, who was facing them as they entered. A man he could hate, even if he had never heard of him before. Big, loose-shouldered, a carnivorous-looking giant with a mottled, reddish face and bleary eyes that had an amazed and watery stare in them. Apparently, the girl's knock had not been heard, for it was a moment before the other man swung slowly about in his chair so that he could see them. That was Hawk. David knew it. He was almost a half smaller than the other, with round, bullish shoulders, a thick neck, and eyes wherein might lurk an incredible cruelty. He popped half out of his seat when he saw the girl and the stranger. His jaws seemed to tighten with a snap that could almost be heard. But it was Brokaw's face that held David's eyes. He was 2/3 drunk. There was no doubt about it, if he was any sort of judge of that kind of imbecility. One of his thick, huge hands was gripping a bottle. Hawk had evidently been reading him something out of a ledger, a post ledger, which he held now in one hand. David was surprised at the quiet and unemotional way in which the girl began speaking. She said that she had wandered over into the other valley and was lost when this stranger found her. He had been good to her, and was on his way to the settlement on the coast. His name was... She got no further than that. Brokaw had taken his devouring gaze from her and was staring at David. He lurched suddenly to his feet and leaned over the table, a new sort of surprise in his heavy countenance. He stretched out a hand. His voice was a bellow. "McKenna!" He was speaking directly at David, calling him by name. There was as little doubt of that as of his drunkenness. There was also an unmistakable note of fellowship in his voice. "McKenna!" David opened his mouth to correct him when a second thought occurred to him in a mildly inspirational way. Why not McKenna? The girl was looking at him, a bit surprised, questioning him in the directness of her gaze. He nodded and smiled at Brokaw. The giant came around the table, still holding out his big red hand. "Mac, God, you don't mean to say you've forgotten?" David took the hand. "Brokaw," he chanced. The other's hand was as cold as a piece of beef, but it possessed a crushing strength. Hawk was staring from one to the other, and suddenly Brokaw turned to him, still pumping David's hand. "McKenna, that young devil of Kicking Horse, Hawk. You've heard me speak of him. McKenna." The girl had backed to the door. She was pale. Her eyes were shining, and she was looking straight at David when Brokaw released his hand. "Good night, Sakewawin," she said. It was very distinct, that word, Sakewawin. David had never heard it come quite so clearly from her lips. There was something of defiance and pride in her utterance of it, and intentional and decisive emphasis to it. She smiled at him as she went through the door, and in that same breath, Hawk had followed her. They disappeared. When David turned, he found Brokaw backed against the table, his hands gripping the edge of it, his face distorted by passion. It was a terrible face to look into. to stand before, alone in that room. A face filled with menace and murder. So sudden had been the change in it that David was stunned for a moment. In that space of perhaps a quarter of a minute, neither uttered a sound. Then Brokaw leaned slowly forward, his great hands clenched, and demanded in a hissing voice, "What did she mean when she called you that? Sakewawin. What did she mean?" It was now not the voice of a drunken man, but the voice of a man ready to kill. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 21. Sakewawin, what did she mean when she called you that? It was Brokaw's voice again, turning the words round but repeating them. He made a step toward David, his hands clenched more tightly and his whole hulk growing tense. His eyes blazing as if through a very thin film of water that seemed to cling there by some strange magic, were horrible. David thought Sakewawin, a pretty name for himself, he had told the girl, and here it was raising the very devil with this drink-bloated colossus. He guessed quickly. It was decidedly a matter of guessing quickly and of making prompt and satisfactory explanation, or a throttling where he stood. His mind worked like a racehorse. Sakewawin meant something that had enraged Brokaw, a jealous rage, a rage that had filled his aqueous eyes with a lurid glare. So David said, looking into them calmly and with a little feigned surprise, "Wasn't she speaking to you, Brokaw?" It was a splendid shot. David scarcely knew why he made it, except that he was moved by a powerful impulse which just now he had not time to analyze. It was this same impulse that had kept him from revealing himself when Brokaw had mistaken him for someone else. Chance had thrown a course of action into his way and he had accepted it almost involuntarily. It had suddenly occurred to him that he would give much to be alone with this half-drunken man for a few hours, as McKenna. He might last long enough in that disguise to discover things, but not with Hawryluk watching him. For Hawryluk was 4/5 sober, and there was a depth to his cruel eyes which he did not like. He watched the effects of his words on Brokaw. The tenseness left his body, his hands unclenched slowly, his heavy jaw relaxed, and David laughed softly. He felt that he was out of deep water now. This fellow, half filled with drink, was wonderfully credulous, and he was sure that his watery eyes could not see very well, though his ears had heard distinctly. "She was looking at you, Brokaw, straight at you, when she said good night," he added. "You sure she said it to me, Mac?" David nodded, even as his blood ran a little cold. A leering grin of joy spread over Brokaw's face. The little devil," he said gloatingly. "What does it mean?" David asked. "Sakewawin. I had never heard it." He lied calmly, turning his head a bit out of the light. Brokaw stared at him a moment before answering. "When a girl says that, it means she belongs to you," he said. "In Indian it means possession. Damn, of course you're right. She said it to me. She's mine. She belongs to me. I own her. And I thought—" He caught up the bottle and turned out half a glass of liquor, swaying unsteadily. "Drink, Mac?" David shook his head. Not now. Let's go to your shack if you've got one. Lots to talk about. Old times. Kicking horse, you know, and this girl. I can't believe it. If it's true, you're a lucky dog. He was not thinking of consequences, of tomorrow. Tonight was all he asked for, alone with Brokaw. That mountain of flesh, stupefied with liquor, was no match for him now. Tomorrow he might hold the whip hand, if Hawryluk did not return too soon. Lucky dog, lucky dog. He kept repeating that. It was like music in Brokaw's ears. And such a girl. An angel. He couldn't believe it. Brokaw's face was like a red fire in his exultation, his lustful joy, his great triumph. He drank the liquor he had proffered David, and drank a second time, rumbling in his thick chest like some kind of animal. Of course she was an angel. Hadn't he and Hawryluk and that woman who had died made her grow into an angel? Just for him? She belonged to him, always had belonged to him, and he had waited a long time. If she had ever called any other man that name, Sakiwawan, he would have killed him, certain, killed him dead. This was the first time she had ever called him that. Lucky dog. You bet he was. They'd go to his shack and talk. He drank a third time. He rolled heavily as they entered the hall, David praying that they would not meet Hawryluk. He had his victim. He was sure of him, and the hall was empty. He picked up his gun and pack, and held to Brokaw's arm as they went out into the night. Brokaw staggered guidingly into a wall of darkness, talking thickly about lucky dogs. They had gone perhaps 100 paces when he stopped suddenly, very close to something that looked to David like a section of tall fence built of small trees. It was the cage. He jumped at that conclusion before he could see it clearly in the clouded starlight. From it there came a growling rumble, a deep breath that was like air escaping from a pair of bellows, and he saw faintly a huge, motionless shape beyond the stripped and upright sapling trunks. "Grizzly," said Brokaw, trying to keep himself on an even balance. "Big bear fight tomorrow. Mac, my bear, her bear. A great fight. Everybody in to see it. Nothing like a bear fight, eh? Surprise her, won't it? Pretty little wench. When she sees her bear fighting mine, bet you $100 my bear kills Tara." "Tomorrow," said David. "I'll bet tomorrow. Where's the shack?" He was anxious to reach that, and he hoped it was a good distance away. He feared every moment that he would hear Hawryluk's voice or his footsteps behind them, and he knew that Hawryluk's presence would spoil everything. Brokaw, in his cups, was talkative, almost garrulous. Already he had explained the mystery of the cage and the Indians. The big fight was to take place in the cage, and the Indians had come in to see it. He found himself wondering, as they went through the darkness, how it had all been kept from the girl, and why Brokaw should deliberately lower himself still more in her esteem by allowing the combat to occur. He asked him about it when they entered the shack to which Brokaw guided him, and after they had lighted a lamp. It was a small, gloomy, whiskey-smelling place. Brokaw went directly to a box nailed against the wall, and returned with a quart flask that resembled an army canteen, and 2 tin cups. He sat down at a small table, his bloated, red face in the light of the lamp, that queer animal-like rumbling in his throat as he turned out the liquor. David had heard porcupines make something like the same sound. He pulled his hat lower over his eyes to hide the gleam of them as Brokaw told him what he and Hawryluk had planned. The bear in the cage belonged to him, Brokaw. A big brute, fierce, a fighter. Hawryluk and he were going to bet on his bear because it would surely kill Tara. Make a big clean-up, they would. Tara was soft, too easy living, and they needed money because those scoundrels over on the coast had failed to get in enough whiskey for their trade. The girl had almost spoiled their plans by going away with Tara, and he, Mac, was a devil of a good fellow for bringing her back. They'd pull off the fight tomorrow, if the girl, that little bird devil that belonged to him, didn't like it. He brought the canteen down with a bang and shoved one of the cups across to David. "Of course she belongs to you," said David encouragingly. "But, confound you, I can't believe it, you old dog. I can't believe it." He leaned over and gave Brokaw a jocular slap, forcing a laugh out of himself. "She's too pretty for you. Prettiest kid I ever saw. How did it happen, eh? You lucky dog." He was fairly trembling as he saw the red fire of satisfaction, of gloating pleasure, deepen in Brokaw's face. "She hasn't belonged to you very long, eh?" Long time," replied Brokaw, pausing with his cup halfway to his mouth. "Years ago." Suddenly he lowered the cup so forcefully that half the liquor in it was spilled over the table. He thrust his huge shoulders and red face toward David, and in an instant there was a snarl on his thick lips. "Hawryluk said she didn't," he growled. "What do you think of that, Mac? Said she didn't belong to me anymore, and I'd have to pay for her keep. God, I did. I gave him a lot of gold." "You were a fool," said David, trying to choke back his eagerness. "A fool. I should have killed him, shouldn't I, Mac?" "Killed him and took her," cried Brokaw huskily, his passion rising as he knotted his huge fists on the table. "Killed him like you killed the breed for that long-haired she-devil over at Copper Cliff." "I don't know," said David slowly, praying that he might not say the wrong thing now. "I don't know what you claim you had on her, Brokaw. If I knew—" He waited. Brokaw did not seem altogether like a drunken man now, and for a moment he feared that discovery had come. He leaned over the table. The watery film seemed to drop from his eyes for an instant, and his teeth gleamed wolfishly. David was glad the lamp chimney was black with soot, and that the rim of his hat shadowed his face, for it seemed to him that Brokaw's vision had grown suddenly better. "I should have killed him and took her," repeated Brokaw, his voice heavy with passion. "I should have had her long ago, but Hawryluk's woman kept her from me. She's been mine all along, ever since—" His mind seemed to lag. He drew his hulking shoulders back slowly. "But I'll have her tomorrow," he mumbled, as if he had suddenly forgotten David and was talking to himself. "Tomorrow. Next day we'll start north. Hawryluk can't say anything now. I've paid him. She's mine. Mine now. Tonight. Bye." David shuddered at what he saw in the brute's revolting face. It was the dawning of a sudden terrible idea. Tonight. It blazed there in his eyes, growing watery again. Quickly David turned out more liquor and thrust one of the cups into Brokaw's hand. The giant drank. His body sank into the piggish laxness. For a moment the danger was past. David knew that time was precious. He must force his hand. "And if Hawryluk troubles you," he cried, striking the table a blow with his fist, "I'll help you settle for him, Brokaw. I'll do it for old time's sake. I'll do to him what I did to the breed. The girl is yours. She's belonged to you for a long time, eh? Tell me about it, Brokaw. Tell me it before Hawryluk comes." Could he never make that bloated fiend tell him what he wanted to know? Brokaw stared at him stupidly, and then all at once he started, as if someone had pricked him into consciousness, and a slow grin began to spread over his face. It was a reminiscent, horrible sort of leer, not a smile. the expression of a man who gloats over a revolting and unspeakable thing. "She's mine, been mine ever since she was a baby," he confided, leaning again over the table. "Good friend, give her to me, Mac. Good friend, but a damn fool," he chuckled. He rubbed his huge hands together and turned out more liquor. "Damn fool," he repeated. "Any man's a damn fool to turn down a pretty woman, eh, Mac? And she was pretty," he says. "My girl's mother, you know. She must have been pretty. It was off there in the bush country years ago. The kid you brought in today was a baby then, alone with her mother." "Ho, ho! Deuce easy, deuce easy. But he was a darn fool." He drank with incredible slowness, it seemed to David. It was torture to watch him, with the fear, every instant, that Hawryluk would come. "What happened?" he urged. "Bucky, my friend, in love with that woman, O'Doone's wife," resumed Brokaw. "Dead crazy, Mac. Crazier than you were over the Breed's woman, only he didn't have the nerve. Just moped around, waiting, keeping out of O'Doone's way. Trapper O'Doone was, or a company runner. Forgot which. Anyway, he went on a long trip in winter and got laid up with a broken leg long way from home. Wife and baby alone, and Bucky sneaked up one day and found the woman sick with fever, out of her head, dead out, Bucky says. And my God, if she didn't think he was her husband come back, that's easy, Mac. And he lacked the nerve. Crazy in love with her, he was, and didn't dare play the part. Told me it was conscience. Bah, it wasn't. He was afraid, scared, a fool. Then he said the fever must have touched him. Ho, ho. It was funny. He was a scared fool. Wish I'd been there, Mac. Wish I had. His eyes, half closed, gleaming in narrow, shining slits. His chin dropped on his chest. David prodded him on. "Bucky got her to run away with him," continued Brokaw. "Her and the kid, while she was still out of her head. Bucky even got her to write a note, he said, telling O'Doone she was sick of him and was running away with another man. Bucky didn't give his own name, of course, and the woman didn't know what she was doing. They started west with the kid, and all the time Bucky was afraid. He dragged the woman on a sledge, and the snow covered their trail. He hid in a cabin 100 miles from O'Doone's, and it was there the woman came to her senses. God, it must have been exciting. Bucky says she was like a mad woman, and that she ran screeching out into the night, leaving the kid with him. He followed, but he couldn't find her. He waited, but she never came back. A snowstorm covered her trail. Then Bucky said he went mad, the fool. He waited till spring, keeping that kid, and then he made up his mind to get it back to Papa O'Doone in some way. He sneaked back where the cabin had been and found nothing but char there. It had been burned. Oh, the devil, but it was funny. And after all this trouble, he hadn't dared to take O'Doone's place with the woman. Conscience? Bah, he was a fool. You don't get a pretty woman like that very often, eh, Mac? Unsteadily he tilted the flask to turn himself out another drink. His voice was thickening. David rejoiced when he saw that the flask was empty. "Damn," said Brokaw, shaking it. "Go on," insisted David. "You haven't told me how you came by the girl, Brokaw." The watery film was growing thicker over Brokaw's eyes. He brought himself back to his story with an apparent effort. "Came west, Bucky did, with the kid," he went on. "Struck my cabin on the Mackenzie a year later. Told me all about it. Then one day he sneaked away and left her with me, begging me to put her where she'd be safe. I did. Gave her to Hawryluk's woman, and told her Bucky's story. Later Hawryluk came over here and built this place. 3 years ago I came down from the Yukon and saw the kid. Pretty? God, she was. Almost a woman. And she was mine. I told 'em so. Maybe the woman would have cheated me, but I had Hawryluk on the hip because I saw him kill a man when he was drunk. A white man from Fort McPherson. Helped him hide the body. And then, oh, it was funny. I ran across Bucky. He was living in a shack a dozen miles from here, and he didn't know Marge was O'Doone's baby. I told him a big lie. Told him the kid died and that I'd heard the woman had killed herself and that O'Doone was in a lunatic asylum. Maybe he did have a conscience, the fool. Guess he was a little crazy himself. Went away soon after that. Never heard of him since. And I've been hanging around until the girl was old enough to live with a man. Ain't I done right, Mac? Don't she belong to me? And tomorrow? His head rolled. He recovered himself with an effort and leaned heavily against the table. His face was almost barren of human expression. It was the face of a monster, unlighted by reason, stripped of mind and soul. And David, glaring into it across the table, questioned him once more, even as he heard the crunch of footsteps outside and knew that Hawryluk was coming in all probability to unmask him in the part he had played. But Hawryluk was too late. He was ready to fight now, and as he held himself prepared for the struggle he asked that question. And this man, Bucky, what was his other name, Brokaw? Brokaw's thick lips moved, and then came his voice in a husky whisper. Tavish. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading done by Jules Hawryluk. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 22. The next instant Hawryluk was at the open door. He did not cross the threshold at once, but stood there for perhaps 20 seconds, his grey, hard face looking in on them with eyes in which there was a cold and sinister glitter. Brokaw, with the fumes of liquor thick in his brain, tried to nod an invitation for him to enter. His head rolled grotesquely and his voice was a croak. David rose slowly to his feet, thrusting back his chair. From contemplating Brokaw's sagging body, Hawryluk's eyes were levelled at him, and then his lips parted. One would not have called it a smile. It revealed to David a deadly animosity which the man was trying to hide under the disguise of that grin, and he knew that Hawryluk had discovered that he was not McKenna. Swiftly David shot a glance at Brokaw. The giant's head and shoulders lay on the table, and he made a sudden daring effort to save a little more time for himself. "I'm sorry," he said. "He's terribly drunk." Hawryluk nodded his head. He kept nodding it, that cold glitter in his eyes, the steady, insinuating grin still there. "Yes, he's drunk," he said, his voice as hard as a rock. "Better come to the house. I've got a room for you. There's only one bunk in here, McKenna." He dragged out the name slowly, a bit tauntingly it seemed to David, and David laughed. Might as well play his last card well, he thought. "My name isn't McKenna," he said. "It's David Raine. He made a mistake, and he's so drunk I haven't been able to explain." Without answering, Hawryluk backed out of the door. It was an invitation for David to follow. Again he carried his pack and gun with him through the darkness, and Hawryluk uttered not a word as they returned to the nest. The night was brighter now, and David could see Barry close at his heels, following him as silently as a shadow. The dogs slunk out of sight when they came to the building. They did not enter from the rear this time. Hawryluk led the way to a door that opened into the big room from which had come the sound of cursing and laughter a little before. There were 10 or a dozen men in that room, all white men, and, upon entering, David was moved by a sudden suspicion that they were expecting him, that Hawryluk had prepared them for his appearance. There was no liquor in sight. If there had been bottles and glasses on the table, they had been cleared away, but no one had thought to wipe away certain liquid stains that David saw shimmering wetly in the glow of the 3 big lamps hanging from the ceiling. He looked the men over quickly as he followed the free trader. Never, he thought, had he seen a rougher or more unpleasant-looking lot. He caught more than one eye filled with the glittering menace he had seen in Hawryluk's. Not a man nodded at him, or spoke to him. He passed close to one raw-boned individual, so close that he brushed against him, and there was an unconcealed and threatening animosity in this man's face as he glared up at him. By the time he had passed through the room, his suspicion had become a conviction. Hawryluk had purposely put him on parade, and there was a deep and sinister significance in the attitude of these men. They passed through the hall into which he and Marge had entered from the opposite side of the nest, and Hawryluk paused at the door of the room almost opposite to the one which the girl had said belonged to her. "This will be your room while you are our guest," he said. The glitter in his eyes softened as he nodded at David. He tried to speak a bit affably, but David felt that his effort was rather unsuccessful. It failed to cover the hard note in his voice and a curious twitch of his upper lip, a snarl almost, as he forced a smile. "Make yourself at home," he added. "We'll have breakfast in the morning with my niece." He paused for a moment and then said, looking keenly at David, "I suppose you tried hard to make Brokaw understand he had made a mistake, and that you wasn't McKenna. Brokaw is a good fellow when he isn't drunk." David was glad that he had turned away without waiting for an answer. He did not want to talk with Hawryluk tonight. He wanted to turn over in his mind what he had learned from Brokaw, and tomorrow act with the cool judgment which was more or less characteristic of him. He did not believe even now that there would be anything melodramatic in the outcome of the affair. There would be an unpleasantness, of course, but when both Hawryluk and Brokaw were confronted with a certain situation and with the peculiarly significant facts which he now held in his possession, he could not see how they would be able to place any very great obstacle in the way of his determination to take Marge from the nest. He did not think of the personal harm to himself, and as he entered his room, where a lamp had been lighted for him, his mind had already begun to work on a plan of action. He would compromise with them. In return for the loss of the girl they should have his promise, his oath, if necessary, not to reveal the secret of the traffic in which they were engaged, or of that still more important affair between Hawryluk and the white man from Fort McPherson. He was certain that, in his drunkenness, Brokaw had spoken the truth, no matter what he might deny tomorrow. They would not hazard an investigation, though to lose the girl now, at the very threshold of his exultant realization, would be like taking the earth from under Brokaw's feet. In spite of the tenseness of the situation, David found himself chuckling with satisfaction. It would be unpleasant, very. He repeated that assurance to himself. But that self-preservation would be the first law of these rascals he was equally positive, and he began thinking of other things that just now were of more thrilling import to him. It was Tavish, then, that half-mad hermit in his mice-infested cabin, who had been at the bottom of it all. Tavish. The discovery did not amaze him profoundly. He had never been able to disassociate Tavish from the picture, unreasoning though he had confessed to himself to be, and now that his mildly impossible conjectures had suddenly developed into facts, he was not excited. It was another thought, or other thoughts, that stirred him more deeply, and brought a heat into his blood. His mind leaped back to that scene of years ago, when Marge O'Doone's mother had run shrieking out into the storm of night to escape Tavish. But she had not died. That was the thought that burned in David's brain now. She had lived. She had searched for her husband, Michael O'Doone, a half-mad wanderer of the forests at first. She may have been. She had searched for years, and she was still searching for him when he had met her that night on the Transcontinental. For it was she, Marge O'Doone, the mother, the wife, into whose dark, haunting eyes he had gazed from out of the sunlit depths of his own despair. Her mother, alive, seeking a Michael O'Doone, seeking. He was filled with a great desire to go at once to the girl and tell her this wonderful new fact that had come into her life, and he found himself suddenly at the door of his room, with his fingers on the latch. Standing there, he shrugged his shoulders, laughing softly at himself as he realized how absurdly sensational he was becoming all at once. Tomorrow would be the time. He filled and lighted his pipe, and in the whitish fumes of his tobacco he could picture quite easily the grey, dead face of Tavish, hanging at the end of his meat rack. Pacing restlessly back and forth across his room, he recalled the scenes of that night, and of days and nights that had followed. Brokaw had given him the key that was unlocking door after door. Guess he was a little crazy, Brokaw had said, speaking of Tavish as he had last known him on the firepan. Crazy, going mad. And at last he had killed himself. Was it possible that a man of Tavish's sort could be haunted for so long by spectres of the past? It seemed unreasonable. He thought of Father Roland, and of the mysterious room in the chateau, where he worshipped at the shrine of a woman and a child who were gone. He clenched his hands and stopped himself. What had leaped into his mind was as startling to his inner consciousness as the unexpected flash of magnesium in a dark room. It was unthinkable, impossible, and yet, following it, he found himself face to face with question after question which he made no effort to answer. He was dazed for a moment, as if by the terrific impact of a thing which had neither weight nor form. Tavish, the woman, the girl, Father Roland. Absurd. He shook himself, literally shook himself, to get rid of that wildly impossible idea. He drove his mind back to the photograph of the girl and the woman. How had she come into possession of the picture which Brokaw had taken? What had Nisikoos tried to say to Marge O'Doone in those last moments when she was dying? Whispered words which the girl had not heard because she was crying, and her heart was breaking. Did Nisikoos know that the mother was alive? Had she sent the picture to her when she realized that the end of her own time was drawing near? There was something unreasonable in this too, but it was the only solution that came to him. He was still pacing his room when the creaking of the door stopped him. It was opening slowly and steadily, and apparently with extreme caution. In another moment Marge O'Doone stood inside. He had not seen her face so white before. Her eyes were big and glowing darkly, pools of quivering fear, of wild and imploring supplication. She ran to him and clung to him with her hands at his shoulders, her face close to his. "Sakewawin, dear, Sakewawin, we must go, we must hurry. Tonight." She was trembling, fairly shivering against him, with one hand touching his face now. And he put his arms about her gently. "What is it, child?" he whispered, his heart choking suddenly. "What has happened?" "We must run away. We must hurry." At the touch of his arm she had relaxed against his breast. The last of her courage seemed gone. She was limp and terrified, and was looking up at him in such a strange way that he was filled with alarm. "I didn't tell him anything," she whispered, as if afraid he would not believe her. "I didn't tell him you weren't that man, McKenna. He heard you and Brokaw go when you passed my room. Then he went to the men. I followed and listened. I heard him telling them about you, that you were a spy, that you belonged to the provincial police." A sound in the hall interrupted her. She grew suddenly tense in his arms, then slipped from them and ran noiselessly to the door. There were shuffling steps outside, a thick voice growling unintelligibly. The sounds passed. Marge O'Doone was whiter still when she faced David. "Hawryluk and Brokaw." She stood there, with her back to the door. "We must hurry, Sakewawin. We must go, tonight." David looked at her. A spy? Police? Quite the first thing for Hawryluk to suspect. Of course. That law of self-preservation again. The same law that would compel them to give up the girl to him tomorrow. He found himself smiling at his frightened little companion, back there against the door, white as death. His calmness did not reassure her. He said, "You were a spy," she repeated, as if he must understand what that meant. "They wanted to follow you to Brokaw's cabin and kill you." This was coming to the bottom of her fear with a vengeance. It sent a mild sort of shiver through him, and corroborated with rather disturbing emphasis what he had seen in the men's faces as he passed among them. "And Hawryluk wouldn't let them. Was that it?" he asked. She nodded, clutching a hand at her throat. "He told them to do nothing until he saw Brokaw. He wanted to be certain. And then—" His amazing and smiling composure seemed to choke back the words on her lips. "You must return to your room, Marge," he said quickly. "Hawryluk has now seen Brokaw, and there will be no trouble such as you fear. I can promise you that. Tomorrow we will leave the nest openly, and with Hawryluk's and Brokaw's permission. But should they find you here now, in my room, I am quite sure we should have immediate trouble on our hands. I've a great deal to tell you, much that will make you glad, but I half expect another visit from Hawryluk, and you must hurry to your room." He opened the door slightly and listened. "Good night," he whispered, putting a hand for an instant to her hair. "Good night, Sakewawin." She hesitated for just a moment at the doors, and then, with the faintest sobbing breath, was gone. What wonderful eyes she had! How they had looked at him in that last moment! David's fingers were trembling a little as he locked his door. There was a small mirror on the table, and he held it up to look at himself. He regarded his reflection with grim amusement. He was not beautiful. The scrub of blonde beard on his face gave him a rather outlawish appearance, and the grey hair over his temples had grown quite conspicuous of late. Quite conspicuous indeed. Heredity? Perhaps, but it was confoundedly remindful of the fact that he was 38. He went to bed after placing the table against the door and his automatic under his pillow. Absurd and unnecessary details of caution, he assured himself. And while Marge O'Doone sat awake close to the door of her room all night, with a little rifle that had belonged to Nisikoos across her lap, David slept soundly in the amazing confidence and philosophy of that perilous age, 38. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 23. A series of sounds that came to him at first like the booming of distant cannon roused David from his slumber. He awoke to find broad day in his room and a knocking at his door. He began to dress, calling out that he would open it in a moment, and was careful to place the automatic in his pocket before he lifted the table without a sound to its former position in the room. When he flung open the door, he was surprised to find Brokaw standing there instead of Hawk. It was not the Brokaw of last night. A few hours had produced a remarkable change in the man. One would not have thought that he had been recently drunk. He was grinning and holding out one of his huge hands as he looked into David's face. "Morning, Raine," he greeted affably. "Hawk sent me to wake you up for the fun. You got just time to swallow your breakfast before we put on the big scrap. Scrap I told you about last night when I was drunk. Head over heels drunk, wasn't I? Took you for a friend I knew. Funny. You don't look a damn bit like him." David shook hands with him. In his first astonishment, Brokaw's manner appeared to him to be quite sincere, and his voice to be filled with apology. This impression was gone before he had dropped his hand, and he knew why Hawk's partner had come. It was to get a good look at him, to make sure that he was not McKenna, and it was also with the strategic purpose of removing whatever suspicions David might have by an outward show of friendship. For this last bit of work Brokaw was crudely out of place. His eyes, like a bad dog's, could not conceal what lay behind them. Hatred, a deep and intense desire to grip the throat of this man who had tricked him. And his grin was forced, with a subdued sort of malevolence about it. David smiled back. "You were drunk," he said. "I had a deuce of a time trying to make you understand that I wasn't McKenna." That amazing lie seemed for a moment to daze Brokaw. David realized the audacity of it, and knew that Brokaw would remember too well what had happened to believe him. Its effect was what he was after, and if he had a doubt as to the motive of the other's visit, that doubt disappeared almost as quickly as he had spoken. The grin went out of Brokaw's face. His jaws tightened. The red came nearer to the surface in the bloodshot eyes. As plainly as if he were giving voice to his thought, he was saying, "You lie." But he kept back the words, and as David noted carelessly the slow clenching and unclenching of his hands, he believed that Hawk was not very far away, and that it was his warning, and the fact that he was possibly listening to them, that restrained Brokaw from betraying himself completely. As it was, the grin returned slowly into his face. "Hawk says he's sorry he couldn't have breakfast with you," he said. "Couldn't wait any longer. The Indian's going to bring your breakfast here. You'd better hurry if you want to see the fun." And with this he turned and walked heavily toward the end of the hall. David glanced across at the door of Marge's room. It was closed, and then he looked at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock. He felt like swearing as he thought of what he had missed. That breakfast with Hawk and the girl. He would undoubtedly have had an opportunity of seeing Hawk alone for a little while. A quarter of an hour would have been enough. Or he could have settled the whole matter in Marge's presence. He wondered where she was now. In her room? Approaching footsteps caused him to draw back deeper into his own, And a moment later his promised breakfast appeared, carried on a big company keokon by an old Indian woman, undoubtedly the woman that Marge had told him about. She placed the huge plate on his table and withdrew without either looking at him or uttering a sound. He ate hurriedly and finished dressing himself after that. It was 9:15 when he went into the hall. In passing Marge's door he knocked. There came no response from within. He turned and passed through the big room in which he had seen so many unfriendly faces the night before. It was empty now. The stillness of the place began to fill him with uneasiness, and he hurried out into the day. A low tumult of sound was in the air, unintelligible and yet thrilling. A dozen steps brought him to the end of the building, and he looked toward the cage. For a space after that he stood without moving, filled with a sudden sickening horror as he realized his helplessness in this moment. If he had not overslept, if he had talked with Hawk, he might have prevented this monstrous thing that was happening. He might have demanded that Tara be a part of their bargain. It was too late now. An excited and yet strangely quiet crowd was gathered about the cage. A crowd so tense and motionless that he knew the battle was on. A low, growling roar came to him, and again he heard that tumult of human voices like a great gasp rising spontaneously out of 100 throats, and in response to the sound he gave a sudden cry of rage. Tara was already battling for his life. Tara, that great, big-souled brute who had learned to follow his little mistress like a protecting dog, and who had accepted him as a friend. Tara, grown soft and lazy and unwarlike because of his voluntary slavery, had been offered to the sacrifice which Brokaw had told him was inevitable. And the girl, where was she? He was unconscious of the fact that his hand was gripping hard at the automatic in his pocket. For a space his brain burned red, seething with a physical passion, a consuming anger which in all his life had never been roused so terrifically within him. He rushed forward and took his place in the thin circle of watching men. He did not look at their faces. He did not know whether he stood next to white men or Indians. He did not see the blaze in their eyes, the joyous trembling of their bodies, their silent, savage exultation in the spectacle. He was looking at the cage. It was 20 feet square, built of small trees almost a foot in diameter, with 18-inch spaces between, and out of it came a sickening, grinding smash of jaws. The two beasts were down, a ton of flesh and bone, in what seemed to him to be a death embrace. For a moment he could not tell which was Tara and which was Brokaw's grizzly. They separated in that same breath, gained their feet, and stood facing each other. They must have been fighting for some minutes. Tara's jaws were foaming with blood, and out of the throat of Brokaw's bear there rolled a rumbling, snarling roar that was like a deep-chested bellow of an angry bull. With that roar they came together again, Tara waiting stolidly and with panting sides for the rush of his enemy. It was hard for David to see what was happening in that twisting contortion of huge bodies, but as they rolled heavily to one side he saw a great red splash of blood where they had lain. It looked as if someone had poured it out there out of a pail. Suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder. He looked round. Brokaw was leering at him. "Great scrap, eh?" There was a look in his red face that revealed the pitiless savagery of a cat. David's clenched hand was as hard as iron, and his brain was filled with a wild desire to strike. He fought to hold himself in. "Where is the girl?" he demanded. Brokaw's face revealed his hatred now, the taunting triumph of his power over the man who was a spy. He bared his yellow teeth in an exultant grin. "Tricked her," he snarled. "Tricked her like you tricked me. Got the Indian woman to steal her clothes, and she's up there in her room alone and naked. And she won't have any clothes until I say so, for she's mine, body and soul." David's clenched hand shot out, and in his blow was not alone the cumulated force of all his years of training, but also of the one great impulse he ever had to kill. In that instant he wanted to strike a man dead, a red-visaged monster, a fiend, and his blow sent Brokaw's huge body reeling backward, his head twisted as if his neck had been broken. He had not time to see what happened after that blow. He did not see Brokaw fall. A piercing interruption, a scream that startled every drop of blood in his body, turned him toward the cage. 10 paces from him, standing at the inner edge of that circle of astounded and petrified men, was the girl. At first he thought she was standing naked there, naked under the staring eyes of the fiends about him. Her white arms gleamed bare, her shoulders and breast were bare, her slim, satiny body was naked to the waist, about which she had drawn tightly, as if in a wild panic of haste, an old and ragged skirt. It was the Indian woman's skirt. He caught the glitter of beads on it, and for a moment he stared with the others, unable to move or cry out her name. And then a breath of wind flung back her hair, and he saw her face the color of marble. She was like a piece of glistening statuary, without a quiver of life that his eyes could see, without a movement, without a breath. Only her hair moved, stirred by the air, flooded by the sun, floating about her shoulders and down her bare back in a loosened cloud of red and gold fires. And out of this she was staring at the cage, stunned into that lifeless and unbreathing posture of horror by what she saw. David did not follow her eyes. He heard the growl and the roar and clashing jaws of the fighting beasts. They were down again. One of the 6-inch trees that formed the bars of the cage snapped like a walking stick as their great bodies lurched against it. The earth shook. The very air seemed to tremble with the terrific force of that struggle. And only the girl was looking at that struggle. Every eye was on her now, and David sprang suddenly forth from the circle of men, calling her name. 10 paces separated them. Half that distance lay between the girl and the cage. With the swiftness of an arrow sprung from the bow, she had leaped into life and crossed that space. In a 10th part of a second, David would have been at her side. He was that 10th of a second too late. A gleaming shaft, she had passed between the bars, and a tumult of horrified voices rose above the roar of battle as the girl sprang at the beasts with her naked hands. Her voice came to David in a scream. "Tara! Tara! Tara!" His brain reeled when he saw her down with her little fists pummeling at the great shaggy head, and in him there was the sickening weakness of a drunken man as he squeezed through that 18-inch aperture and almost fell at her side. He did not know that he had drawn his automatic. He scarcely realized that as fast as his fingers could press the trigger, he was firing shot after shot, with the muzzle of his pistol so close to the head of Tara's enemy that the reports of the weapon were deadened as if muffled under a thick blanket. It was a heavy weapon. A stream of lead burned its way into the grizzly's brain. There were 11 shots, and he fired them all in that wild blood-red frenzy. And when he stood up, he had the girl close in his arms, her naked breast throbbing pantingly against him. The clasp of his hands against her warm flesh cleared his head, and while Tara was rending at the throat of his dying foe, David drew her swiftly out of the cage and flung about her the light jacket he had worn. "Go to your room," he said. "Tara is safe. I will see that no harm comes to him now." The cordon of men separated for them as he led her through. The crowd was so silent that they could hear Tara's low throat growling. And then, breaking that silence in a savage cry, came Brokaw's voice. "Stop!" He faced them, huge, terrible, quivering with rage. A step behind him was Hawk, and there was no longer in his face an effort to conceal his murderous intentions. Close behind Hawk there gathered quickly his white-faced whiskey-mongers, like a pack of wolves waiting for a lead cry. David expected that cry to come from Brokaw. The girl expected it, and she clung to David's shoulders, her bloodless face turned to the danger. It was Brokaw who gave the signal to the men. "Clear out the cage," he bellowed. "This damned spy has killed my bear, and he's got to fight me. Do you understand? Clear out the cage." He thrust his head and bull shoulders forward until his foul, hot breath touched their faces, and his red neck was swollen like the neck of a cobra with the passion of his jealousy and hatred. "And in that fight I'm going to kill you," he hissed. It was Hawk who put his hands on the girl. "Go with him," whispered David, as his arms tightened about her shoulders. "You must go with him, Marge, if I'm to have a chance." Her face was against him. She was talking, low, swiftly, for his ears alone, with Hawk already beginning to pull her away. "I will go to the house. When you see me at that window, fall on your face. I have a rifle. I will shoot him dead, from the window." Perhaps Hawk heard. David wondered, as he caught the glitter in his eyes when he drew the girl away. He heard the crash of the big gate to the cage, and Tara ambled out and took his way slowly and limpingly toward the edge of the forest. When he saw the girl again, he was standing in the center of the cage, his feet in a pool of blood that smeared the ground. She was struggling with Hawk, struggling to break away from him and get to the house. And now he knew that Hawk had heard, and that he would hold her there, and that her eyes would be on him while Brokaw was killing him. For he knew that Brokaw would fight to kill. It would not be a square fight. It would be murder, if the chance came Brokaw's way. The thought did not frighten him. He was growing strangely calm in these moments. He realized the advantage of being unencumbered, and he stripped off his shirt and tightened his belt. And then Brokaw entered. The giant had stripped himself to the waist, and he stood for a moment looking at David, a monster with the lust of murder in his eyes. It was frightfully unequal, this combat. David felt it. He was blind if he did not see it. And yet he was still unafraid. A great silence fell. Cutting it like a knife came the girl's voice. "Sakewawin! Sakewawin!" A brutish growl rose out of Brokaw's chest. He had heard that cry, and it stung him like an asp. "Tonight she'll be with me," he taunted David, and lowered his head for battle. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 24. David no longer saw the horde of faces beyond the thick bars of the cage. His last glance, shot past the lowered head and hulking shoulders of his giant adversary, went to the girl. He noticed that she had ceased her struggling and was looking toward him. After that his eyes never left Brokaw's face. Until now it had not seemed that Brokaw was so big and so powerful, and sizing up his enemy in that moment before the first rush, he realized that his one hope was to keep him from using his enormous strength at close quarters. A clinch would be fatal. In Brokaw's arms he would be helpless. He was conscious of an unpleasant thrill as he thought how easy it would be for the other to break his back or snap his neck if he gave him the opportunity. Science, what would it avail him here, pitted against this mountain of flesh and bone that looked as though it might stand the beating of clubs without being conquered? His first blow returned his confidence, even if it had wavered slightly. Brokaw rushed. It was an easy attack to evade, and David's arm shot out and his fist landed against Brokaw's head with a sound that was like the crack of a whip. Hawk would have gone down under that blow like a log. Brokaw staggered. Even he realized that this was science, the skill of the game, and he was grinning as he advanced again. He could stand 100 blows like that, a grim and ferocious Achilles with but one vulnerable point, the end of his jaw. David waited and watched for his opportunity as he gave ground slowly. Twice they circled about the blood-splattered arena, Brokaw following him with leisurely sureness, and yet delaying his attack, as if in that steady retreat of his victim he saw torture too satisfying to put an end to at once. David measured his carelessness, the slow, almost unguarded movement of his great body, his unpreparedness for a coup de main, and like a flash he launched himself forward with all the weight of his body behind his effort. It missed the other's jaw by 2 inches, that catapultic blow, striking him full in the mouth, breaking his yellow teeth and smashing his thick lips so that the blood sprang out in a spray over his hairy chest. And as his head rocked backward, David followed with a swift left-hander, and a second time missed the jaw with his right, but drenched his clenched fist in blood. Out of Brokaw there came a cry that was like the low roar of a beast, a cry that was the most inhuman sound David had ever heard from a human throat. And in an instant he found himself battling, not for victory, not for that opportunity he twice had missed, but for his life. Against that rushing bulk, enraged almost to madness, the ingenuity of his training alone saved him from immediate extinction. How many times he struck in the 120 seconds following his blow to Brokaw's mouth he could never have told. He was red with Brokaw's blood. His face was warm with it. His hands were as if painted, so often did they reach with right and left to Brokaw's gory visage. It was like striking at a monstrous thing without the sense of hurt, a fiend that had no brain, that blows could sicken, a body that was not a body, but an enormity that had strangely taken human form. Brokaw had struck him once, only once in those 2 minutes, but blows were not what he feared now. He was beating himself to pieces, literally beating himself to pieces as a ship might have hammered itself against a reef, and fighting with every breath to keep himself out of the fatal clinch. His efforts were costing him more than they were costing his antagonist. Twice he had reached his jaw. Twice Brokaw's head had rocked back on his shoulders, and then he was there again, closing in on him, grinning, dripping red to the soles of his feet, unconquerable. Was there no fairness out there beyond the bars of the cage? Were they all like the man he was fighting, devils? An intermission, only half a minute, enough to give him a chance. The slow, invincible beast he was hammering almost had him as his thoughts wandered. He only half fended the sledge-like blow that came straight for his face. He ducked, swung up his guard like lightning, and was saved from death by a miracle. That blow would have crushed in his face, killed him. He knew it. Brokaw's huge fist landed against the side of his head and grazed off like a bullet that had struck the slanting surface of a rock. And yet the force of it was sufficient to send him crashing against the bars and down. In that moment he thanked God for Brokaw's slowness. He had a clear recollection afterward of almost having spoken the words as he lay dazed and helpless for an infinitesimal space of time. He expected Brokaw to end it there, but Brokaw stood, mopping the blood from his face, as if partly blinded by it, while from beyond the cage there came a swiftly growing rumble of voices. He heard a scream. It was the scream, the agonized cry of the girl, that brought him to his feet, while Brokaw was still wiping the hot flow from his dripping jaw. It was that cry that cleared his brain, that called out to him in its despair that he must win, that all was lost for her as well as for himself if he was vanquished. For more positively than at any other time during the fight, he felt now that defeat would mean death. It had come to him definitely in the savage outcry of joy when he was down. There was to be no mercy. He had read the ominous decree, and Brokaw, he was like a madman as he came toward him again. There was no longer the leer on his face. There was in his battered and swollen countenance but one emotion. Blood and hurt could not hide it. It blazed like fires in his half-closed eyes. It was the desire to kill, the passion which quenches itself in the taking of life, and every fibre in David's brain rose to meet it. He knew that it was no longer a matter of blows on his part. It was like the David of old facing Goliath with his bare hands. Curiously, the thought of Goliath came to him in these flashing moments. Here, too, there must be trickery, something unexpected, a deadly stratagem, and his brain must work out his salvation quickly. Another 2 or 3 minutes, and it would be over one way or the other. He made his decision. The tricks of his own art were inadequate, but there was still one hope, one last chance. It was the so-called knee-break of the bush country. A horrible thing, he had thought, when Father Roland had taught it to him. "Break your opponent's knees," the missioner had said, "and you've got him." He had never practiced it, but he knew the method, and he remembered the little missioner's words, "When he's straight facing you, with all your weight, like a cannon ball, and suddenly he shot himself out like that, as Brokaw was about to rush upon him, 160 pounds of solid flesh and bone against the joints of Brokaw's knees. The shock dazed him. There was a sharp pain in his left shoulder, and with that shock and pain he was conscious of a terrible cry as Brokaw crashed over him. He was on his feet when Brokaw was on his knees. Whether or not they were really broken he could not tell. With all the strength in his body he sent his right again and again to the bleeding jaw of his enemy. Brokaw reached up and caught him in his huge arms, but that jaw was there unprotected, and David battered it as he might have battered a rock with a hammer. A gasping cry rose out of the giant's throat. His head sank backward, and through a red fury, through blood that splattered up into his face, David continued to strike and strike until the arms relaxed about him, and with a choking gurgle of blood in his throat, Brokaw dropped back limply, as if dead. And then David looked again beyond the bars. The staring faces had drawn nearer to the cage, bewildered, stupefied, disbelieving, like the faces of stone images. For a space it was so quiet that it seemed to him that they must hear his panting breath and the choking gurgle that was still in Brokaw's throat. The victor! He flung back his shoulders and held up his head, though he had great desire to stagger against one of the bars and rest. He could see the girl and Hawk, and now the girl was standing alone, looking at him. She had seen him. She had seen him beat that giant beast, and a great pride rose in his breast and spread in a joyous light over his bloody face. Suddenly he lifted his hand and waved it at her. In a flash she was coming to him. She would have broken her way through the cordon of men, but Hawk stopped her. He had seen Hawk talking swiftly to two of the white men, and now Hawk caught the girl and held her back. David knew that he was dripping red, and he was glad that she came no nearer. Hawk was telling her to go to the house, and David nodded, and with a movement of his hand made her understand that she must obey. Not until he saw her going did he pick up his shirt and step out among the men. 3 or 4 of the whites went to Brokaw. The rest stared at him still in that amazed silence as he passed among them. He nodded and smiled at them, as though beating Brokaw had not been such a terrible task after all. He noticed there was scarcely an expression in the faces of the Indians, and then he found himself face to face with Hawk, and a step or two behind Hawk were the 2 white men he had talked to so hurriedly. One of them was the man David had brushed against in passing through the big room. There was a grin in his face now. There was a grin in Hawk's face, and a grin in the face of the third man, and to David's astonishment Hawk thrust out his hand. "Shake, Raine. I'd have bet 1,000 to 50 you were a loser, but there wasn't a dollar going your way. A great fight." He turned to the other 2. "Take Raine to his room, boys. Help him wash up. I've got to see to Brokaw and this crowd." David protested. He was all right. He needed only water and soap, both of which were in his room. But Hawk insisted that it wasn't square and wouldn't look right if he didn't have friends as well as Brokaw. Brokaw had forced the affair so suddenly that none of them had had time or thought to speak an encouraging or friendly word before the fight. Langdon and Henry would go with him now. He walked between the 2 to the nest and entered his room with them. Langdon, the tall man who had looked hatred at him last night, poured water into a tin basin, while Henry, the smaller man, closed his door. They appeared quite companionable, especially Langdon. "Didn't like you last night," he confessed frankly. "Thought you was one of them damn police, running your nose into our business, maybe." He stood beside David with a pail of water in his hand, and as David bent over the basin, Henry was behind him. He had drawn something from his pocket and was edging up close. As David dipped his hands into the water, he looked up into Langdon's face, and he saw there a strange and unexpected change, that deadly malignity of last night. In that moment the object in Henry's hand fell with terrific force on his head, and he crumpled down over the basin. He was conscious of a single agonizing pain, like a hot iron thrust suddenly through him, and then a great and engulfing pit of darkness closed about him. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 25. In that chaotic night in which he was drifting, David experienced neither pain nor very much of the sense of life. And yet, without seeing or feeling, he seemed to be living. All was dead within him, but that last consciousness, which is almost the spirit. He might have been dreaming, and minutes, hours, or even years might have passed in that dream. For a long time he seemed to be sinking through the blackness, and then something stopped him without jar or shock, and he was rising. He could hear nothing at first. There was a vast silence about him, a silence as deep and unbroken as the abysmal pit in which he seemed to be floating. After that he felt himself swaying and rocking, as though tossed gently on the billows of a sea. This was the first thought that took shape in his struggling brain, that he was at sea. He was on a ship in the heart of a black night, and he was alone. He tried to call out, but his tongue seemed gone. It seemed a long time before day broke, and then it was a strange day. Little needles of light pricked his eyes. Silver strings shot like flashes of wave-light lightning through the darkness, and he began to feel and to hear. A dozen hands seemed holding him down until he could move neither arms nor feet. He heard voices. There appeared to be many of them at first, an unintelligible rumble of voices, and then very swiftly they became two. He opened his eyes. The first thing that he observed was a bar of sunlight against the eastern wall of his room. That bit of sunlight was like a magnet thrown there to reassemble the faculties that had drifted away from him in the dark night of his unconsciousness. It tried to tell him, first of all, that it was afternoon, quite late in the afternoon. He would have sensed that fact in another moment or two, but something came between him and the radiance flung by the westward slant of the sun. It was a face, two faces, first Hawk's and then Brokaw's. Yes, Brokaw was there, staring down at him, a fiend still, and almost unrecognizable. He was no longer stripped, and he was no longer bloody. His countenance was swollen, his lips were raw, one eye was closed, but the other gleamed like a devil's. David tried to sit up. He managed with an effort, and balanced himself on the edge of his cot. His head was dizzy, and he felt clumsy and helpless as a stuffed bag. His hands were tied behind him, and his feet were bound. He thought Hawk looked like an exultant gargoyle as he stood there with a horrible grin on his face. And Brokaw, it was Brokaw who bent over him, his thick fingers knotting, his open eyes fairly livid. "I'm glad you ain't dead, Raine." His voice was husky, muffled by the swollen thickness of his battered lips. "Thanks," said David. The dizziness was leaving him, but there was a steady pain in his head. He tried to smile. "Thanks." It was rather idiotic of him to say that. Brokaw's hands were moving slowly toward his throat when Hawk drew him back. "I won't touch him, not now," he growled. "But tonight, oh, God!" His knuckles snapped. "You liar, you spy, you sneak!" He cursed through his broken teeth. David saw where they had been, a cavity in that cruel, battered mouth. "And you think after that?" Again Hawk tried to draw him away. Brokaw flung off his hands angrily. "I won't touch him, but I'll tell him, Hawk. The devil take me, body and soul, if I don't. I want him to know." "You're a fool," cried Hawk. "Stop, or by heaven!" Brokaw opened his mouth and laughed, and David saw the havoc of his blows. "You'll do what, Hawk?" "Nothing, that's what you'll do. Ain't I told him you killed that Napo from McPherson? Ain't I told him enough to set us both swinging?" He bent over David until his breath struck his face. "I'm glad you didn't die, Raine," he repeated, "because I want to see you when you shuffle off. We're only waiting for the Indians to go. Old Wappy starts with his tribe at sunset. I'm sorry, but we can't get the heathen away any earlier, because he says it's good luck to start a journey at sunset in the molting moon. You'll start yours a little later, as soon as they are out of the sound of a rifle shot. You can't trust Indians, eh? You made a hit with old Wappy, and it wouldn't do to let him know we're going to send you where you sent my bear. Would it? You mean you're going to murder me, said David. If standing you up against a tree and putting a bullet through your heart is murder, yes, gloated Brokaw. Murder, repeated David. He seemed powerless to say more than that. An overwhelming dizziness was creeping over him. The pain was splitting his head, and he swayed backward. He fought to recover himself, to hold himself up, but that returning sickness reached from his brain to the pit of his stomach, and with a groan he sank face downward on the cot. Brokaw was still talking, but he could no longer understand his words. He heard Hawk's sharp voice, their retreating footsteps, the opening and closing of the door, fighting all the time to keep himself from falling off into that black and bottomless pit again. It was many minutes before he drew himself to a sitting posture on the edge of his cot, this time slowly and guardedly, so that he would not rouse the pain in his head. It was there. He could feel it burning steadily and deeply, like one of his old-time headaches. The bar of sunlight was gone from the wall, and through the one small window in the west end of his room he saw the fading light of the day outside. It was morning when he had fought Brokaw. It was now almost night. The wash-basin was where it had fallen when Henry struck him. He saw a red stain on the floor where he must have dropped, and then again he looked at the window. It was rather oddly out of place, so high up that one could not look in from the outside, a rectangular slit to let in light, and so narrow that a man could not have wormed his way through it. He had seen nothing particularly significant in its location last night or this morning, but now its meaning struck him as forcibly as that of the pieces of babiche thong that bound his wrists and ankles. A guest might be housed in this room without suspicion, and at the turn of a key be made a prisoner. There was no way of escape unless one broke down the heavy door or cut through the log walls. Gradually he was overcoming his sensation of sickness. His head was clearing, and he began to breathe more deeply. He tried to move his cramped arms. They were without feeling. Lifeless weights hung to his shoulders. With an effort he thrust out his feet, and then through the window there came to him a low, thrilling sound. It was the muffled boom, boom, boom of a tom-tom. Wappy and his Indians were going, and he heard now a weird and growing chant, a savage paean to the wild gods of the molting moon. A gasp rose in his throat. It was almost a cry. His last hope was going, with Wappy and his tribe. Would they help him if they knew, if he shouted, if he shrieked for them through that open window? It was a mad thought, an impossible thought, but it set his heart throbbing for a moment, and then, suddenly, it seemed to stand still. A key rattled, turned, the door opened, and Marge O'Doone stood before him. She was panting, sobbing, as if she had been running a long distance. She made no effort to speak, but dropped at his feet and began sawing at the caribou babiche with a knife. She had come prepared with that knife. He felt the bonds snap, and before either had spoken she was at his back, and his hands were free. They were like lead. She dropped the knife then, and her hands were at his face, dark with dry stain of blood, and over again she was calling him by the name she had given him, Sequawin. And then the tribal chant of Wappy and his people grew nearer and louder as they passed into the forest, and with a choking cry the girl drew back from David and stood facing him. "I must hurry," she said. "Swiftly, listen. They are going. Hawk or Brokaw will go as far as the lake with Wappy, and the one who does not go will return here. See, Sequawin, I have brought you a knife. When he comes you must kill him." The chanting voices had passed. The paean was dying away in the direction of the forest. He did not interrupt her. With hand clutched at her breast, she went on. "I waited until all were out there. They kept me in my room and left Marcy, the old Indian woman, to watch me. When they were all out to see Wapi off, I struck her over the head with the end of Nisikoos' rifle. Maybe she is dead. Tara is out there. I know where to find him when it is dark. I will make up a pack, and within an hour we must go. If Hawk comes to your room before then, or Brokaw, kill him with the knife, Sakewawin. If you don't, they will kill you." Her voice broke in a gasp that was like a sob. He struggled to rise, stood swaying before her, his legs unsteady as stilts under him. "My gun, Marge, my pistol," he demanded, trying to reach out his arms. "If I had them now—" "They must have taken them," she interrupted. "But I have Nisikoos' rifle, Sakewawin. Oh, I must hurry. They won't come to my room, and Marcy is perhaps dead. As soon as it is dark, I will unlock your door, and if one of them comes before then, you must kill him. You must! You must!" She backed to the door, and now she opened it and was gone. A key clicked in the lock again. He heard her swift footsteps in the hall, and a second door opened and closed. For a few minutes he stood without moving, a little dazed by the suddenness with which she had left him. She had not been in his room more than a minute or two. She had been terribly frightened, terribly afraid of discovery before her work was done. On the floor at his feet lay the knife. That was why she had come. That was what she had brought him. His blood began to tingle. He could feel it resuming its course through his numbed legs and arms, and he leaned over slowly, half afraid that he would lose his balance, and picked up the weapon. The chanting of Wapi and his people was only a distant murmur. Through the high window came the sound of returning voices, voices of white men. There swept through him the wild thrill of the thought that once more the fight was up to him. Marge O'Doone had done her part. She had struck down the Indian woman Hawk had placed over her as a guard, had escaped from her room, unbound him, and put a knife into his hands. The rest was his fight. How long before Brokaw or Hawk would come? Would they give him time to get the blood running through his body again? Time to gain strength to use his freedom and the knife? He began walking slowly across the room, pumping his arms up and down. His strength returned quickly. He went to the pail of water and drank deeply with a consuming thirst. The water refreshed him, and he paced back and forth more and more swiftly, until he was breathing steadily, and he could harden his muscles and knot his fists. He looked at the knife. It was a horrible necessity, the burying of that steel in a man's back or in his heart. Was there no other way, he wondered. He began searching the room. Why hadn't Marge brought him a club instead of a knife, or at least a club along with a knife? To club a man down, even when he was intent on murder, wasn't like letting out his life in a gush of blood. His eyes rested on the table, and in a moment he had turned it over and was wrenching at one of the wooden legs. It broke off with a sharp snap, and he held it in his hands, a weapon possessing many advantages over the knife. The latter he thrust into his belt, with the handle just back of his hip, and then he waited. It was not for long. The western mountains had shut out the last reflections of the sun. Gloom was beginning to fill his room, and he numbered the minutes as he stood, with his ear close to the door, listening for a step, hopeful that it would be the girl's and not Hawk's or Brokaw's. At last the step came, advancing from the end of the hall. It was a heavy step, and he drew in a deep breath and gripped the club. His heart gave a sudden mighty throb as the step stopped at his door. It was not pleasant to think of what he was about to do, and yet he realized, as he heard the key in the lock, that it was a grim and terrible necessity. He was thankful there was only one. He would not strike too hard, not in this cowardly way, from ambush. Just enough to do the business sufficiently well. It would be easy, quite. He raised his club in the thickening dusk and held his breath. The door opened, and Hawk entered and stood with his back to David. Horrible, strike a man like that, and with a club. If he could use his hands, choke him, give him at least a quarter chance. But it had to be done. It was a sickening thing. Hawk went down without a groan, so silently, so lifelessly, that David thought he had killed him. He knelt beside him for a few seconds and made sure that his heart was beating before he rose to his feet. He looked out into the hall. The lamps had not been lighted. Probably that was one of the old Indian woman's duties. From the big room came a sound of voices, and then, close to him, from the door across the way, there came a small, trembling voice. "Hurry, Sakewawin! Lock the door and come!" For another instant he dropped on his knees at Hawk's side. Yes, it was there, in his pocket, a revolver. He possessed himself of the weapon with an exclamation of joy, locked the door, and ran across the hall. The girl opened her door for him, and closed it behind him as he sprang into her room. The first object he noticed was the Indian woman. She was lying on a cot, and her black eyes were leveled at them like the eyes of a snake. She was trussed up so securely, and was gagged so thoroughly, that he could not restrain a laugh as he bent over her. "Splendid!" he cried softly. "You're a little brick, Marge, you surely are. And now what?" With his revolver in his hand and the girl trembling under his arm, he felt a ridiculous desire to shout out at the top of his voice to his enemies, letting them know that he was again ready to fight. In the gloom the girl's eyes shone like stars. "Who was it?" she whispered. "Hawk." "Then it was Brokaw who went with Wapi. Langdon and Henry went with him. It's less than 2 miles to the lake, and they'll be returning soon. We must hurry. Look, it is growing dark." She ran from his arms to the window, and he followed her. "In 15 minutes we will go, Sakewawin. Tara is out there in the edge of the spruce." Her hand pinched his arm. "Did you kill him?" she breathed. "No, I broke off a leg from the table and stunned him." "I'm glad," she said, and snuggled close to him shiveringly. "I'm glad, Sakewawin." In the darkness that was gathering about them, it was impossible for him not to take her in his arms. He held her close, bowing his head so that for an instant her warm face touched his own, and in those moments, while they waited for the gloom to thicken, he told her, in a low voice, what he had learned from Brokaw. She grew tense against him as he continued, and when he assured her he no longer had a doubt her mother was alive, and that she was the woman he had met on the coach, a cry rose out of her breast. She was about to speak when loud footsteps in the hall made her catch her breath, and her fingers clung more tightly at his shoulders. "It is time," she whispered. "We must go." She ran from him quickly, and from under the cot where the Indian lay dragged forth a pack. He could not see plainly what she was doing now. In a moment she had put a rifle in his hands. "It belonged to Nisikoos," she said. "There are 6 shots in it, and here are all the cartridges I have." He took them in his hand and counted them as he dropped them into his pocket. There were 11 in all, including the 6 in the chamber. 32s, he thought, as he seized them up with his fingers. Good for partridges and short range at men. He said aloud, "If we could get my rifle, Marge." "They have taken it," she told him again. "But we shall not need it, Sakewawin," she added, as if his voice had revealed to her the thought in his mind. "I know of a mountain that is all rock, not so far off as the one Tara and I climbed, and if we can reach that, they will not be able to trail us. If they should find us—" She was opening the window. "What then?" he asked. "Nisikoos once killed a bear with that gun," she replied. The window was open, and she was waiting. They thrust out their heads and listened, and when he had assured himself that all was clear, he dropped out the pack. He lifted Marge down then and followed her. As his feet struck the ground, the slight shock sent a pain through his head that wrung a low cry from him, and for a moment he leaned with his back against the wall, almost overcome again by the sickening dizziness. It was not so dark that the girl did not see the sudden change in him. Her eyes filled with alarm. "A little dizzy," he explained, trying to smile at her. "They gave me a pretty hard crack on the head, Marge. This air will set me right soon." He picked up the pack and followed her. In the edge of the spruce, 100 yards from the nest, Tara had been lying all that afternoon nursing his wounds. "I could see him from my window," whispered Marge. She went straight to him and began talking to him in a low voice. Out of the darkness behind Tara came a growl. "Barry, by thunder!" muttered David in amazement. "He's made up with the bear, Marge. What do you think of that?" At the sound of his voice, Barry came to him and flattened himself at his feet. David laid a hand on his head. "Boy," he whispered softly, "and they said you were an outlaw and would join the wolves." He saw the dark bulk of Tara rising out of the gloom, and the girl was at his side. "We are ready, Sakewawin." He spoke to her the thought that had been shaping itself in his mind. "Why wouldn't it be better to join Wapi and his Indians?" he asked, remembering Brokaw's words. "Because they are afraid of Hawk," she replied quickly. "There is but one way, Sakewawin, to follow a narrow trail Tara and I have made close to the foot of the range until we come to the rock mountain. Shall we risk the bundle on Tara's back?" "It is light. I'll carry it." "Then give me your hand, Sakewawin." There was again in her voice the joyous thrill of freedom and of confidence. He could hear for a moment the wild throb of her heart in its exultation at their escape. And with her warm little hand she gripped his fingers firmly and guided him into a sea of darkness. The forest shut them in. Not a ray fell upon them from out of the pale sky, where the stars were beginning to glimmer faintly. Behind them he could hear the heavy padded footfall of the big grizzly, and he knew that Baree was very near. After a little the girl said, still in a whisper, "Does your head hurt you now, Sakewawin?" "A bit." The trail was widening. It was quite smooth for a space, but black. She pressed his fingers. "I believe all you have told me," she said, as if making a confession. "After you came to me in the cage and the fight, I believed. You must have loved me a great deal to risk all that for me." "Yes, a great deal, my child," he answered. Why did that dizziness persist in his head, he wondered. For a moment he felt as if he were falling. "A very great deal," he added, trying to walk steadily at her side, his own voice sounding unreal and at a great distance from him. "You see, my child, I didn't have anything to love but your picture." What a fool he was to try and make himself heard above the roaring in his head. His words seemed to him whispers coming across a great space, and the bundle on his shoulders was like a crushing weight bearing him down. The voice at his side was growing fainter. It was saying things which afterward he could not remember, but he knew that it was talking about the woman he had said was her mother, and that he was answering it while weights of lead were dragging at his feet. And then suddenly he had stepped over the edge of the world and was floating in that vast black chaos again. The voice did not leave him. He could hear it sobbing, entreating him, urging him to do something which he could not understand. And when at last he did begin to comprehend it, he knew also that he was no longer walking with weights at his feet and a burden on his shoulders, but was on the ground. His head was on her breast, and she was no longer speaking to him, but was crying like a child with a heart utterly broken. The deathly sickness was gone as quickly as it had stricken him, and he struggled upward, with her arms helping him. "You are hurt, hurt," he heard her moaning. "If I can only get you on Tara, Sakewawin, on Tara's back, there, a step." And he knew that was what she had been saying over and over again, urging him to help himself if he could, so that she could get him to Tara. He reached out his hand and buried it in the thick hair of the grizzly, and he tried to speak laughingly, so that she would not know his fears. "One is often dizzy like that after a blow," he said. "I guess I can walk now." "No, no, you must ride Tara," she insisted. "You are hurt, and you must ride Tara, Sakewawin, you must." She was lifting at his arms with all her strength, her breath hot and panting in his face, and Tara stood without moving a muscle of his giant body, as if he too were urging upon him in this dumb manner the necessity of obeying his mistress. Even then David would have remonstrated, but he felt once more that appalling sickness creeping over him, and he raised himself slowly astride the grizzly's broad back. The girl picked up the bundle and rifle, and Tara followed her through the darkness. To David, the beast's great back seemed a wonderfully safe and comfortable place, and he leaned forward with his fingers clutched deeply into the long hair of the ruff about the bear's bulking shoulders. The girl called back to him softly, "You are all right, Sakewawin?" "Yes, it is so comfortable that I feel I may fall asleep," he replied. Out in the starlight she would have seen his drooping head, and his words would have had a different meaning for her. He was fighting with himself desperately, and in his heart was a great fear. He must be badly hurt, he thought. There came to him a distorted but vivid vision of an Indian, hurt in the head, whom he and Father Roland had tried to save. Without a surgeon it had been impossible. The Indian had died, and he had had those same spells of sickness, the sickness that was creeping over him again, in spite of his efforts to fight it off. He had no very clear notion of the movement of Tara's body under him, but he knew that he was holding on grimly, and that every little while the girl called back to him, and he replied. And then came the time when he failed to answer, and for a space the rocking motion under him ceased, and the girl's voice seemed very near to him. Afterward motion resumed. It seemed to him that he was travelling a great distance, altogether too far without a halt for sleep, or at least a rest. He was conscious of a desire to voice protest, and all the time his fingers were clasped in Tara's mane in a sort of death grip. In her breast Marge's heart was beating like a hunted thing, and over again she sobbed out a broken prayer as she guided Tara and his burden through the night. From the forest into the starlit open, from the open into a thick gloom of forest again, into and out of starlight and darkness, following that trail down the valley. She was no longer thinking of the rock mountain, for it would be impossible now to climb over the range into the other valley. She was heading for a cabin, an old and abandoned cabin where they could hide. She tried to tell David about it, many days after they had begun that journey, it seemed to him. "Only a little longer, Sakewawin," she cried, with her arm about him and her lips close to his bent head. "Only a little longer. They will not think to search for us there, and you can sleep, sleep." Her voice drifted away from him like a low murmur in the tree-tops, and his fingers still clung in that death grip in the mane at Tara's neck. And still many other days later they came to the cabin. It was amazing to him that the girl should say, "We are now only 5 miles from the nest, Sakewawin, but they will not hunt for us here. They will think we have gone farther, or over the mountains." She was putting cold water to his face, and now that there was no longer the rolling motion under him, he was not quite so dizzy. She had unrolled the bundle and had spread out a blanket, and when he stretched himself out on this, a sense of vast relief came over him. In his confused consciousness, 2 or 3 things stood out with rather odd clearness before he closed his eyes, and the last was a vision of the girl's face bending over him, and of her starry eyes looking down at him, and of her voice urging him gently, "Try to sleep, Sakewawin, try to sleep." It was many hours later when he awoke. Hands seemed to be dragging him forcibly out of a place in which he was very comfortable and which he did not want to leave. And a voice was accompanying the hands with an annoying insistency, a voice which was growing more and more familiar to him as his sleeping senses were roused. He opened his eyes. It was day, and Marge was on her knees at his side, tugging at his breast with her hands and staring wildly into his face. "Wake, Sakewawin! Wake! Wake!" he heard her crying. "Oh, my God, you must wake! Sakewawin! Sakewawin! They have found our trail, and I can see them coming up the valley." End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 26. Scarcely had David sensed the girl's words of warning than he was on his feet. And now when he saw her, he thanked God that his head was clear and that he could fight. Even yesterday, when she had stood before the fighting bears and he had fought Brokaw, she had not been whiter than she was now. Her face told him of their danger before he had seen it with his own eyes. It told him that their peril was appallingly near, and there was no chance of escaping it. He saw for the first time that his bed on the ground had been close to the wall of an old cabin which was in a little dip in the sloping face of the mountain. Before he could take in more or discover a visible sign of their enemies, Marge had caught his hand and was drawing him to the end of the shack. She did not speak as she pointed downward. In the edge of the valley, just beginning the ascent, were 8 or 10 men. He could not determine their exact number, for as he looked they were already disappearing under the face of the lower dip in the mountain. They were not more than 400 or 500 yards away. It would take them a matter of 20 minutes to make the ascent to the cabin. He looked at Marge. Despairingly, she pointed to the mountain behind them. For a quarter of a mile it was a sheer wall of red sandstone. Their one way of flight lay downward, practically into the faces of their enemies. "I was going to rouse you before it was light, Sakewawin," she explained in a voice that was dead with hopelessness. "I kept awake for hours, and then I fell asleep. Baree awakened me, and now it is too late." "Yes, too late to run," said David. A flash of fire leaped into her eyes. "You mean we can fight?" he cried. "Good God, Marge, if only I had my own rifle now!" He thrust a hand into his pocket and drew forth the cartridges she had given him. 32s, and only 11 of them. "It's got to be a short range for us. We can't put up a running fight, for they'd keep us out of range of this little pea-shooter and fill me as full of holes as a sieve." She was tugging at his arm. "The cabin, Sakewawin," she exclaimed with sudden inspiration. "It has a strong bar at the door, and the clay has fallen in places from between the logs, leaving openings through which you can shoot." He was examining Nisikoos' rifle. "At 150 yards it should be good for a man," he said. "You get Tara and the pack inside, Marge. I'm going to try to get 2 or 3 of our friends as they come up over the knoll down there. They won't be looking for bullets this early in the game, and I'll have them at a disadvantage if I'm lucky enough to get Hawk and Brokaw." His eyes had selected a big rock 20 yards from the cabin, from which he could overlook the slope to the first dip below them. And as Marge darted from him to get Tara into the cabin, he crouched behind a boulder and waited. He figured that it was not more than 150 yards to the point where their pursuers would first appear, and he made up his mind that he would wait until they were nearer than that before he opened fire. Not one of those 11 precious cartridges must be wasted, for he could count on Hawk's revolver only at close quarters. It was no longer a time for doubt or indecision. Brokaw and Hawk were deliberately pushing the fight to a finish, and not to beat them meant death for himself and a fate for the girl which made him grip his rifle more tightly as he waited. He looked behind him and saw Marge leading Tara into the cabin. Baree had crept up beside him and lay flat on the ground close to the rock. A moment or two later the girl reappeared and ran across the narrow open space to David and crouched down close to him. "You must go into the cabin, Marge," he remonstrated. "They'll probably begin shooting." "I'm going to stay with you, Sakewawin." Her face was no longer white. A flush had risen into her cheeks. Her eyes shone as she looked at him, and she smiled. A child. His heart rose chokingly in his throat. Her face was close to his, and she whispered, "Last night I kissed you, Sakewawin. I thought you were dying. Before you I have kissed Nisikoos. Never anyone else." Why did she say that, with that wonderful glow in her eyes? Couldn't be that she saw death climbing up the mountain? Was it because she wanted him to know before that? A child. She whispered again, "And you have never kissed me, Sakewawin. Why?" Slowly he drew her to him until her head lay against his breast. Her shining eyes, her parted lips turned up to him, and he kissed her on the mouth. A wild flood of color rushed into her face, and her arms crept up about his shoulders. The glory of her radiant hair covered his breast. He buried his face in it, and for a moment crushed her so close that she did not breathe. And then again he kissed her mouth, not once, but a dozen times, and then held her back from him, and looked into her face, that was no longer the face of a child, but of a woman. "Because," he began, and stopped. Baree was growling. David peered down the slope. "They are coming," he said. "Marge, you must creep back to the cabin. I am going to stay with you, Sakewawin. See, I will flatten myself out like this, with Baree." She snuggled herself down against the rock, and again David peered from his ambush. Their pursuers were well over the crest of the dip, and he counted 9. They were advancing in a group, as he saw that both Hawk and Brokaw were in the rear, and that they were using staffs in their toil upward, and did not carry rifles. The remaining 7 were armed, and were headed by Langdon, who was 15 or 20 yards in advance of his companions. David made up his mind quickly to take Langdon first, and to follow up with others who carried rifles. Hawk and Brokaw, unarmed with guns, were least dangerous just at present. He would get Brokaw with his 5th shot, the 6th if he made a miss with the 5th. A thin strip of shale marked his 100-yard deadline, and the instant Langdon set his foot on this, David fired. He was scarcely conscious of the yell of defiance that rang from his lips, as Langdon whirled in his tracks and pitched down among the men behind him. He rose up boldly from behind the rock and fired again. In that huddled and astonished mass he could not miss. A shriek came up to him. He fired a 3rd time, and he heard a joyous cry of triumph beside him as their enemies rushed for safety toward the dip from which they had just climbed. A 4th shot, and he picked out Brokaw. Twice he missed. His gun was empty when Brokaw lunged out of view. Langdon remained an inanimate blotch on the strip of shale. A few steps below him was a second body. A 3rd man was dragging himself on hands and knees over the crest of the coulee. 3 with 6 shots, and he had missed Brokaw. Inwardly David groaned as he caught the girl by the arm and hurried with her into the cabin, followed by Baree. And they were not a moment too soon. From over the edge of the coulee came a fusillade of shots from the heavy caliber weapons of the mountain men that sent out sparks of fire from the rock. As he thrust the remaining 5 cartridges into the chamber of Nisikoos' rifle, David looked about the cabin. In one of the farther corners the huge grizzly sat on his quarters, as motionless as if stuffed. In the center of the single room was an old box stove, partly fallen to pieces, and that was all. Marge had dropped the sapling bar across the door, and stood with her back against it. There was no window, and the closing of the door had shut out most of the light. He could see that she was breathing quickly, and the wonderful light that had come into her eyes behind the rock was still glowing at him in the half-gloom. It gave him fresh confidence to see her standing like that, looking at him in that way, telling him without words that a thing had come into her life which had lifted her above fear. He went to her and took her in his arms again, and again he kissed her sweet mouth, and felt her heart beating against him, and the warm thrill of her arms clinging to him. A splintering crash sent him reeling back into the center of the cabin with Marge in his arms. The crash had come simultaneously with the report of a rifle, and both saw where the bullet had passed through the door, 6 inches above David's head, carrying a splinter as large as his arm with it. He had not thought of the door. It was the cabin's vulnerable point, and he sprang out of line with it as a second bullet crashed through and buried itself in the log wall at their backs. Baree growled. A low rumble rose in Tara's throat, but he did not move. In each of the 4 log walls were the open chinks which Marge had told him about, and he sprang to one of these apertures that was wide enough to let the barrel of his rifle through, and looked in the direction from which the 2 shots had come. He was in time to catch a movement among the rocks on the side of the mountain about 200 yards away, and a 3rd shot tore its way through the door, glanced from the steel top of the stove, and struck like a club 2 feet over Tara's back. There were 2 men up there among the rocks, and their first shots were followed by a steady bombardment that fairly riddled the door. David could see their heads and shoulders, and the gleam and faint puffs of their rifles, but he held his fire. Where were the other 4, he wondered. Without doubt, Hawk and Brokaw were now armed with the rifles of the men who had fallen, so he had 6 to deal with. Cautiously he thrust the muzzle of his rifle through the crack and watched his chance, aiming 1.5 feet above the spot where a pair of shoulders and a head would appear in a moment. His chance came, and he fired. The head and shoulders disappeared, and exultantly he swung his rifle a little to the right and then sent another shot as the second man exposed himself. He, too, disappeared, and David's heart was thumping wildly in the thought that his bullets had reached their marks when both heads appeared again, and a hail of lead splattered against the cabin. The men among the rocks were no longer aiming at the door, but at the spot from which he had fired, and a bullet ripped through so close that a splinter stung his face, and he felt the quick, warm flow of blood down his cheek. When the girl saw it, her face went as white as death. "I can't get them with this rifle, Marge," he groaned. "It's wild, wild as a hawk. Good God!" A crash of fire had come from behind the cabin, and another bullet, finding one of the gaping cracks, passed between them with a sound like the buzz of a monster bee. With a sudden cry he caught her in his arms and held her tight, as if in his embrace he would shield her. "Is it possible they would kill you to get me?" He loosed his hold of her, sprang to the broken stove, and began dragging it out of the line of fire that came through the door. The girl saw his peril and sprang to help him. He had no time to urge her back. In 10 seconds he had the stove close to the wall, and almost forcibly he made her crouch down behind it. "If you expose yourself for 1 second, I swear to heaven I'll stand up there against the door until I'm shot," he threatened. "I will, so help me God." His brain was afire. He was no longer cool or self-possessed. He was blind with a wild rage, with a mad desire to reach in some way with his vengeance the human beasts who were bent on his death, even if it was to be gained at the sacrifice of the girl. He rushed to the side of the cabin from which fresh attack had come, and glared through one of the embrasures between the logs. He was close to Tara, and he heard the low, steady thunder that came out of the grizzly's chest. His enemies were near on this side. Their fire came from the rocks, not more than 100 yards away, and all at once, in the heat of the great passion that possessed him now, he became suddenly aware that they knew the only weapon he possessed was Nisikoos' little rifle and Hawk's revolver. Probably they knew also how limited his ammunition was, and they were exposing themselves. Why should he save his last 3 shots? When they were gone, and he no longer answered their fire, they would rush the cabin, beat in the door, and then the revolver. With that he would tear out their hearts as they entered. He saw Hawk, fired, and missed. A man stood up within 70 yards of the cabin a moment later, firing as fast as he could pump the lever of his gun, and David drove one of Nisikoos' partridge killers straight into his chest. He fired a second time at Hawk, another miss, and then he flung the useless rifle to the floor as he sprang back to Marge. "Got one. 5 left. Now, damn 'em, let 'em come." He drew Hawk's revolver. A bullet flew through one of the cracks, and they heard the soft thud of it as it struck Tara. The growl in the grizzly's throat burst forth in a roar of thunder. The terrible sound shook the cabin, but Tara still made no movement, except now to swing his head with open, drooling jaws. In response to that cry of animal rage and pain, a snarl had come from Baree. He had slung close to Tara. "Didn't hurt him much," said David, with the fingers of his free hand crumpling the girl's hair. "They'll stop shooting in a minute or two, and then—" Straight into his eyes from that farther wall a splinter hurled itself at him with a hissing sound like the plunge of a hot iron into water. He had a lightning impression of seeing that bullet as it tore through the clay between 2 of the logs. He knew that he was struck, and yet he felt no pain. His mind was acutely alive, yet he could not speak. His words had been cut off. His tongue was powerless. It was like a shock that had paralyzed him. Even the girl did not know for a moment or two that he was hit. The thud of his revolver on the floor filled her eyes with the first horror of understanding, and she sprang to his side as he swayed like a drunken man toward Tara. He sank down on the floor a few feet from the grizzly, and he heard the girl moaning over him and calling him by name. The numbness left him. Slowly he raised a hand to his chin, filled with a terrible fear. It was there, his jaw hard, unsmashed, but wet with blood. He thought the bullet had struck him there. "A knockout," were the first words, spoken slowly and thickly, but with a great gasp of relief. "A splinter hit me on the jaw. I'm all right." He sat up dizzily with the girl's arm about him. In the 3 or 4 minutes of forgetfulness, neither had noticed that the firing had ceased. Now there came a tremendous blow at the door. It shook the cabin. A second blow, a third, and the decaying saplings were crashing inward. David struggled to rise, fell back, and pointed to the revolver. "Quick, the revolver!" Marge sprang to it. The door crashed inward as she picked it up, and scarcely had she faced about when their enemies were rushing in, with Henry and Hawk in their lead, and Brokaw just behind them. With a last effort, David fought to gain his feet. He heard a single shot from the revolver, and then as he rose staggeringly, he saw Marge fighting in Brokaw's arms. Hawk came for him, the demon of murder in his face, and as they went down, he heard scream after scream come from the girl's lips, and in that scream the agonizing call of "Tara! Tara! Tara!" Over him he heard a sudden roar, the rush of a great body, and with that thunder of Tara's rage and vengeance there mingled a hideous wolfish snarl from Barry. He could see nothing. Hawk's hands were at his throat. But the screams continued, and above them came now the cries of men, cries of horror, of agony, of death. And as Hawk's fingers loosened at his neck, he heard with the snarling and roaring and tumult the crushing of great jaws and the thud of bodies. Hawk was rising, his face blanched with a strange terror. He was half up when a gaunt, lithe body shot at him like a stone flung from a catapult, and Barry's inch-long fangs sank into his thick throat and tore his head half from his body in one savage, snarling snap of the jaws. David raised himself, and through the horror of what he saw, the girl ran to him, unharmed, and clasped her arms about him, her lips sobbing all the time, "Tara! Tara! Tara!" He turned her face to his breast and held it. There. It was ghastly. Henry was dead. Hawk was dead, and Brokaw was dead, 1,000 times dead, with the grizzly tearing his huge body into pieces. Through that pit of death David stumbled with the girl. The fresh air struck their faces. The sun of day fell upon them. The green grass and the flowers of the mountain were under their feet. They looked down the slope and saw, disappearing over the crest of the coulee, 2 men who were running for their lives. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Courage of Marge O'Doone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood. Chapter 27. It may have been 5 minutes that David held the girl in his arms, staring down into the sunlit valley into which the last 2 of Hawk's men had fled, and during that time he did not speak, and he heard only her steady sobbing. He drew into his lungs deep breaths of the invigorating air, and he felt himself growing stronger as the girl's body became heavier in his embrace, and her arms relaxed and slipped down from his shoulders. He raised her face. There were no tears in her eyes, but she was still moaning a little, and her lips were quivering like a crying child's. He bent his head and kissed them, and she caught her breath pantingly as she looked at him with eyes which were limpid pools of blue, out of which her terror was slowly dying away. She whispered his name. In her look and in that whisper there was unutterable adoration. It was for him she had been afraid. She was looking at him now as one saved to her from the dead, and for a moment he strained her still closer. And as he crushed his face to hers, he felt the warm, sweet caress of her lips, and the thrilling pressure of her hands at his blood-stained cheeks. A sound from behind made him turn his head, and 50 feet away he saw the big grizzly ambling cumbrously from the cabin. They could hear him growling as he stood in the sunshine, his head swinging slowly from side to side like a huge pendulum. In his throat the last echoing of that ferocious rage and hate that had destroyed their enemies. And in the same moment Baree stood in the doorway, his lips drawn back and his fangs gleaming, as if he expected other enemies to face him. Quickly David led Marge beyond the boulder from behind which he had opened the fight, and drew her down with him into a soft carpet of grass, thick with the blue of wild violets, with a big rock shutting out the cabin from their vision. "Rest here, little comrade," he said, his voice low and trembling with his worship of her, his hands stroking back her wonderful hair. "I must return to the cabin, then we will go." "Go." She repeated the word in the strangest, softest whisper he had ever heard, as if in it all at once she saw the sun and stars, the day and night of her whole life. She looked from his face down into the valley, and into his face again. "We will go," she repeated as he rose to his feet. She shivered when he left her, shuddered with a terrible little cry which she tried to choke back even as she visioned the first glow of that wonderful new life that was dawning for her. David knew why. He left her without looking down into her eyes again, anxious to have those last terrible minutes over. At the open door of the cabin he hesitated, a little sick at what he knew he would see. And yet, after all, it was no worse than it should be. It was justice. He told himself this as he stepped inside. He tried not to look too closely, but the sight after a moment fascinated him. If it had not been for the difference in their size, he could not have told which was Hawk and which was Brokaw. For even on Hawk, Tara had vented his rage after Baree had killed him. Neither bore very much the semblance of a man just now. It seemed incredible that claw and fang could have worked such destruction. And he went suddenly back to the door to see that the girl was not following him, and then he looked again. Henry lay at his feet across the fallen saplings of the battered door, his head twisted completely under him or gone. It was Henry's rifle he picked up. He searched for cartridges then. It was a sickening task. He found nearly 50 of them on the 3, and went out with the pack and the rifle. He put the pack over his shoulders before he returned to the rock, and paused only for a moment when he rejoined the girl. With her hand in his, he struck down into the valley. "A great justice has overtaken them," he said, and that was all he told her about the cabin, and she asked him no questions. At the edge of the green meadows they stopped where a trickle of water from the mountain tops had formed a deep pool. David followed this trickle a little up the coulee it had worn in the course of ages, found a sheltered spot, and stripped himself. To the waist he was covered with the stain and grime of battle. In the open pool Marge bathed her face and arms, and then sat down to finish her toilet with David's comb and brush. When he returned to her, she was a radiant glory, hidden to her waist in the gold and brown fires of her disentangled hair. It was wonderful. He stood a step off and looked at her, his heart filled with a wonderful joy, his lips silent. The thought surged upon him now in an overmastering moment of exultation that she belonged to him, not for today or tomorrow, but for all time. That the mountains had given her to him, that among the flowers and the wild things that great good God of whom Father Roland had spoken so often had created her for him, and that she had been waiting for him here, pure as the wild violets under his feet. She did not see him for a space, and he watched her as she ran out her glowing tresses under the strokes of his brush. And once, ages ago it seemed to him now, he had thought that another woman was beautiful, and that another woman's glory was her hair. He felt his heart singing. She had not been like this. No, worlds separated those two, that woman and this God-crowned little mountain flower, who had come into his heart like the breath of a new life, opening for him new visions that reached even beyond the blue skies. And he wondered that she should love him. She looked up suddenly and saw him standing there. Love? Had he in all his life dreamed of the look that was in her face now? It made his heart choke him. He held open his arms silently as she rose to her feet, and she came to him in all that burnished glory of her unbound hair, and he held her close in his arms, kissing her soft lips, her flushed cheeks, her blue eyes, the warm sweetness of her hair, and her lips kissed him. He looked out over the valley. His eyes were open to its beauty, but he did not see. A vision was rising before him, and his soul was breathing a prayer of gratitude to the missioner's God, to the God of the totem worshippers over the ranges, to the God of all things. It may be that the girl sensed his voiceless exaltation, for up through the soft billows of her hair that lay crumpled on his breast, she whispered, "You love me a great deal, my Sakewawin?" "More than life," he replied. Her voice roused him. For a few moments he had forgotten the cabin, had forgotten that Brokaw and Hawk had existed, and that they were now dead. He held her back from him, looking into her face, out of which all fear and horror had gone in its great happiness. A face filled with a joyous color, sent surging there by the wild beating of her heart, eyes confessing their adoration without shame, without concealment, without a droop of the long lashes behind which they might have hidden. It was wonderful, that love, shining straight out of their blue, marvelous depths. "We must go now," he said, forcing himself to break the spell. "Two have escaped, Marge. It is possible, if there are others at the nest." His words brought her back to the thing they had passed through. She glanced in a startled way over the valley, and then shook her head. "There are two others," she said, "but they will not follow us, Sakewawin. If they should, we shall be over the mountain." She braided her hair as he adjusted his pack. His heart was like a boy's. He laughed at her in joyous disapproval. "I like to see it unbound," he said. "It is beautiful, glorious." It seemed to him that all the blood in her body leaped into her face at his words. "Then I will leave it that way," she cried softly, her words trembling with happiness and her fingers working swiftly in the silken plaits of her braid. Unconfined, her hair shimmered about her again, and then as they were about to set off, she ran up to him with a little cry, and without touching him with her hands, raised her face to his. "Kiss me," she said. "Kiss me, my Sakewawin." It was noon when they stood under the topmost crags of the southward range, and under them they saw once more the green valley with its silvery stream in which they had met that first day beside the great rock. It seemed to them both a long time ago, and the valley was like a friend smiling up at them its welcome and its gladness that they had at last returned. Its drone of running waters, the whispering music of the air, and the piping cries of the marmots sunning themselves far below came up to them faintly as they rested. And as the girl sat in the circle of David's arm, with her head against his breast, she pointed off through the blue haze miles to the eastward. "Are we going that way?" she asked. He had been thinking as they had climbed up the mountain. Off there where she was pointing were his friends and hers. Between them and that wandering tribe of the totem people on the Quadoka there were no human beings, nothing but the unbroken peace of the mountains in which they were safe. He had ceased to fear their immensity, was no longer disturbed by the thought that in their vast and trackless solitude he might lose himself forever. After what had passed, their gleaming peaks were beckoning to him, and he was confident that he could find his way back to the Finlay and down to Hudson's Hope. What a surprise it would be to Father Roland when they dropped in on him some day, he and Marge. His heart beat excitedly as he told her about it, described the great distance they must travel, and what a wonderful journey it would be, with that glorious country at the end of it. "We'll find your mother, then," he whispered. They talked a great deal about her mother and Father Roland as they made their way down into the valley, and whenever they stopped to rest, she had new questions to ask, and each time there was that trembling doubt in her voice. "I wonder whether it's true," and each time he assured her that it was. "I have been thinking that it was Nisikoos who sent to her that picture you wanted to destroy," he said once. "Nisikoos must have known." "Then why didn't she tell me?" she flashed. "Because it may be that she didn't want to lose you, and that she didn't send the picture until she knew that she was not going to live very long." The girl's eyes darkened, and then slowly there came back the softer glow into them. "I loved Nisikoos," she said. It was sunset when they began making their first camp in a cedar thicket, where David shot a porcupine for Tara and Baree. After their supper, they sat for a while in the glow of the stars, and after that Marge snuggled down in her cedar bed and went to sleep. But before she closed her eyes, she put her arms about his neck and kissed him good night. For a long time after that he sat awake, thinking of the wonderful dream he had dreamed all his life, and which at last had come true. Day after day they traveled steadily into the east and south. The mountains swallowed them, and their feet trod the grass of many strange valleys. Strange, and yet now and then David saw something he had seen once before, and he knew that he had not lost the trail. They traveled slowly, for there was no longer need of haste, and in that land of plenty there was more of pleasure than inconvenience in their foraging for what they ate. In her haste in making up the contents of the pack, Marge had seized what first came to her hands in the way of provisions, and fortunately the main part of their stock was a 20-pound sack of oatmeal. Of this they made bannock and cakes. The country was full of game. In the valleys the black currants and wild raspberries were ripening lusciously, and now and then in the pools of the lower valleys David would shoot fish. Both Tara and Baree began to grow fat, and with quiet joy David noticed that each day added to the wonderful beauty and happiness in the girl's face. And it seemed to him that her love was enveloping him more and more, and there never was a moment now that he could not see the glow of it in her eyes. It thrilled him that she did not want him out of her presence for more than a few minutes at a time. He loved to fondle her hair, and she had a sweet habit of running her fingers through his own, and telling him each time how she loved it because it was a little gray, and she had a still sweeter way of holding one of his hands in hers when she was sitting beside him, and pressing it now and then to her soft lips. They had been 10 days in the mountains when one evening, sitting beside him in this way, she said with that adorable and almost childish ingenuousness which he loved in her, "It will be nice to have Father Roland marry us, Sakewawin." And before he could answer, she added, "I will keep house for you too at the chateau." He had been thinking a great deal about it. "But if your mother should live down there among the cities?" he asked. She shivered a little and nestled to him. "I wouldn't like it, Sakewawin, not for long. I love this, the forest, the mountains, the skies." And then suddenly she caught herself and added quickly, "But anywhere if you are there, Sakewawin." "I too love the forests, the mountains, and the skies," he whispered. "We will have them with us always, little comrade." It was the 14th day when they descended the eastern slopes of the divide, and he knew that they were not far from the Quedoka and the Finlay. Their 15th night they camped where he and the butterfly's lover had built a noonday fire, and this night, though it was warm and glorious with a full moon, the girl was possessed of a desire to have a fire of their own, and she helped to add fuel to it until the flames leaped high up into the shadows of the spruce and drove them far back with its heat. David was content to sit and smoke his pipe, while he watched her flit here and there after still more fuel, and now a shadow in the darkness, and then again in the full fire glow. After a time she grew tired and nestled down beside him, spreading her hair over his breast and about his face in the way she knew he loved. And for an hour after that they talked in whispering voices that trembled with their happiness. When at last she went to bed and fell asleep, he walked a little way out into the clear moonlight and sat down to smoke and listen to the murmur of the valley, his heart too full for sleep. Suddenly he was startled by a voice. "David!" He sprang up. From the shadow of a dwarf spruce, half a dozen paces from him, had stepped the figure of a man. He stood with bared head, the light of the moon streaming down upon him, and out of David's breast rose a strange cry, as if it were a spirit he saw, and not a man. "David!" "My God! Father Roland!" They sprang across the little space between them, and their hands clasped. David could not speak. Before he found his voice, the missioner was saying, "I saw the fire, David, and I stole up quietly to see who it was. We are camped down there not more than a quarter of a mile. Come, I want you to see." He stopped. He was excited, and to David his face seemed many years younger there in the moonlight, and he walked with the spring of youth as he caught his arm and started down the valley. A strange force held David silent, an indefinable feeling that something tremendous and unexpected was impending. He heard the other's quick breath, caught the glow in his eyes, and his heart was thrilled. They walked so swiftly that it seemed to him only a few moments when they came to a little clump of low trees, and into these Father Roland led David by the hand, treading lightly now. In another moment they stood beside someone who was sleeping. Father Roland pointed down and spoke no word. It was a woman. The moonlight fell upon her, and shimmered in the thick masses of dark hair that streamed about her, concealing her face. David choked. It was his heart in his throat. He bent down. Gently he lifted the heavy tresses and stared into the sleeping face that was under them, the face of the woman he had met that night on the Transcontinental. Over him he heard a gentle whisper, "My wife, David." He staggered back and clutched Father Roland by the shoulders, and his voice was almost sobbing in its excitement as he cried whisperingly, "Then you are Michael O'Doone, the father of Marge and Tavish. His voice broke. The missioner's face had gone white. They went back into the moonlight again so that they should not awaken the woman. Out there, so close that they seemed to be in each other's arms, the stories were told. David's first, briefly, swiftly, and when Michael O'Doone learned that his daughter was in David's camp, he bowed his face in his hands, and David heard him giving thanks to his God, and then he also told what had happened, briefly too, for the minutes of this night were too precious to lose. In his madness, Tavish had believed that his punishment was near, believed that the chance which had taken him so near to the home of the man whose life he had destroyed was his last great warning, and before killing himself he had written out fully his confession for Michael O'Doone, and had sworn to the innocence of the woman whom he had stolen away. And even as he was destroying himself, God's hand was guiding my Margaret to me, explained the missioner. All those years she had been seeking for me, and at last she learned at Nelson House about Father Roland, whose real name no man knew, and at almost that same time, at La Paz, there came to her the photograph you found on the train, with a letter saying our little girl was alive at this place you call the Nest. Hawk's wife sent the letter and picture to the Royal Northwest Mounted Police, and it was sent from inspector to inspector until it found her at La Paz. She came to the chateau. We were gone with you. She followed, and we met as Matusan and I were returning. We did not go back to the chateau. We turned about and followed your trail to seek our daughter. And now, out of the shadow of the trees, there broke upon them suddenly the anxious voice of the woman. "Napeo, where are you?" "Dear God, it's the old sweet name she called me so many years ago," whispered Michael O'Doone. "She is awake. Come." David held him back a moment. "I will go to Marge," he said quickly. "I will wake her. And you, bring her mother. Understand, dear father, bring her up there where Marge is sleeping." The voice came again. "Napeo, Napeo." "I am coming," cried the missioner. He turned to David. "Yes, I will bring her up there to your camp." And as David hurried away, he heard the sweet voice saying, You must not leave me alone, Napeo. Never, 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 so long as we live." On his knees beside the girl, David waited many minutes while he gained his breath. With his 2 hands he crumpled her hair, and then after a little he kissed her mouth, and then her eyes, and she moved, and he caught the sleepy whisper of his name. "Wake," he cried softly, "wake, little comrade." Her arms rose up out of her dream of him and encircled his neck. "Sakewawin," she murmured, "is it morning?" He gathered her in his arms. "Yes, a glorious day, little comrade. Wake." End of chapter 27, and end of The Courage of Marge O'Doone by James Oliver Curwood.